So just kind of get a little confirmation that this is in fact showing up and nothing technical is happening. That's no tech issues.
Looks good.
All right. So I had the help of a friend to make this character. Uh, the character we've created is this Grave the Bound Soul. Uh, they're sup- they're built around the idea of being a supportive tank that plays around your team's positionings to and creating space for your team, utilizing the terrain and the walls that are built into the map, as well as some tools in their kit uh, to manipulate that terrain. Um, so for their primary fire, they have a melee range scythe attack that can cleave through walls, and also if you hold down your mouse one to fire, it'll be a ranged attack that will do a little less damage, but it can go over walls, and its range is extended when it goes through walls. So, and you'll notice that there's a very recurring theme with the walls in this and being able to play from other sides of walls. And I'm not biased as a Void player. Uh, Secondary fire is an overhead throw um, that slows enemies on hit or stuns if it's going over a wall. Again, encouraging you as a player to play around this terrain and really utilize it to the best of your ability. Your mobility option is a short range dash that if you dash into a wall, you'll tunnel through it out in a straight line to the other side, uh, giving a little bit of an AoE slam when you reach the end of it. That will slow and damage nearby enemies. Your utility is the entire thing that's inspired this original idea. This is an item that was added for the last playtest that was public, which is the rescue beacon, which is a supportive tool that you throw out and an ally can touch it to get pulled to you very rapidly. And we wanted to sort of make a design based around this and the utilities that it can provide with moving a team around the map faster, playing around, making pathways for your team that would otherwise be hard to traverse. And so you have this thing, and um, it would provide this sort of uh, team mobility as uh, to differentiate it from the item that you can pick up. It would be usable by your entire team instead of just one person, the first person to touch it. As for the ultimate, they would summon a large gravestone to rise out of the ground in front of you, which then collapses in front of you, creating a massive block of terrain um, for some amount of duration. Again, we didn't specify numbers because I'm not worrying about balance. I'm just going for design and feel here. Uh, and so this would create a large area of terrain in front of you, uh, stunning enemies and pulling allies out of the area. With their passive end up being that anytime one of your abilities interacts or otherwise collides with an ally, it would give them a small shield, which is improved when interacting with the ultimate. Here's a sort of mood board for the character to give a sort of general feel for um, the visuals and weapons and whatnot that the character would be wielding in our vision. So we got a sort of ethereal, uh, ghostly dude, and I'll get to that in a bit here as to the lore behind that. With obviously the weapons being like a scythe and a shovel, and then the big gravestone that would be summoned and fallen. And as for the lore that we came up with, uh, they were a mercenary during their life, working odd jobs to make ends meet. Um, these jobs were usually pretty shady and oftentimes were not the safest things. Uh, on one of these jobs, they were tasked with tying up a loose end, and in doing so, they had angered some of their previous associates who had effectively killed their mortal body with a cursed shovel that had been used for years at a gravesite. This shovel then bound itself to his soul, um, basically becoming tethered to him, keeping him in the realm of the living, even though he's not alive himself. And he uses this sort of early, unforeseen death as a motive to become a sort of usher to make sure that people who, those around him who are not fated to die yet, do not, in fact, die, or that those who are fated to die soon can meet their end swiftly. And that sort of is what rounds it all out to be the supportive, tanky frontliner, but also team mobility playstyle that I have built around. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll leave it on this bottom section so you can see the mood board and read the thing.
There's a lot. This is amazing. Um,
Hmm.
I think like yeah, you hit all three, which is like you have the mood board, which is really cool. I think sometimes you can start a kit with just a mood board almost. You're thinking about like the gameplay, which is awesome. And then backstory and lore is something like I don't normally think about, but it's cool to like see how you're thinking about it and how it brings it all together, you know?
Hmm.
I like the GIF in chat. It's perfect. Um with the one of my questions was like with the abilities, I don't remember which ability it was.
I can scroll up to look at
The
them.
rescue beacon. Would you
Yeah,
do you think enemies should be able to use it or would you just let allies use it was one
I
of my
would say
questions.
just letting allies use it, as if it acted like a if it let enemies use it as well, I think that would be encroaching too much on Kingpin's territory of being a
Mm.
displacement character that pulls enemies out of position, um, rather than focusing more on the supportive utility of being able to save allies who got pulled out of position or were otherwise separated from your team.
Would it be is it one time use? Like if I use it, then can my other teammates not use it? Or is
Uh,
it like
it is in it is supposed to be able to be used by everyone on your team once per player is
gotcha,
the
gotcha.
idea in mind. So no spamming it for some jank.
Yeah, it's cool. I think in some ways I'm just like we're always thinking about like when we get this far in a kit, we start to ask like what is the, how do you
Hmm.
play against and stuff like that. And I feel like
Yeah,
you have so much here that that's where my brain's
yeah,
like train creation is something I'm really interested in.
hell yeah.
And it
Very
has
cool.
like these stages too, which is really cool.
Hmm.
Yep. Right. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah,
Now it's Moose turn here, I think.
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it was
man. It
nice.
was
Yeah,
awesome.
Good
that was
job.
awesome. Thank you. This is so cool.
Awesome.
Cool stuff.
Okay,
Alright,
gonna get it
Moo
on real
Dell.
quick. All right, hello. I'm Moo, and sorry for the unfinished design, but here's Haze. So, she's a dark mage protector. I wanted a character for all the edgy players that want to look cool while playing protector. She's a bit of an anti-hero that's in it for herself more than anybody else. You know, she likes to loot tombs and treasure, look for ancient scrolls, and that's kind of where she gets a lot of her power. While I'm not sure of all the lore of SUPERVIVE, I thought the idea of an esoteric treasure hunter could fit. She's like a mage pirate that actually studies magic, but only really the things that give her the strength. You might then wonder why she heals at all, but she's like an animal. The survival of the pack is the survival of herself. On the flip side of her selfish tendencies, she's not exactly evil, but she respects those that can hold their own. I mean, she needs a good team to get the best treasure. SuperVibe has a sci fantasy theme, and she tends to lean towards the fantasy side. I was going for a monk fighter look. I wanted her to look like somebody that could easily live in the wilds for a few months, then come back and go for some drink. She's like familiar with technology and stuff. This is unfinished. You can ignore the kit for right now. Um, but I wanted her to have long black nails, lots of rings, kind of like beads, prayer beads, stuff that's maybe hanging off of her arms and such. And there's going to be an eye motif. Like there's an eye up here, eye in her necklace, maybe her tattoos even. And I was going to have like a big one right here and kind of a pattern that goes along this. Want her colors to kind of be black, red, and gold. One of her big defining features, there's like something that doesn't get changed with skins and different things like that, is her hair. I'd probably make it a lot bigger than it is right here because this is only like the third, fourth iteration, and probably need to iterate more to do more for that. But the other part of her is her magic. It's essentially life energy. I originally wanted it to be like a blood vapor, kind of like she creates blood out of thin air and then gives that to her teammates. But I moved to this more firework kind of look. It's still the same idea with it just being unstable, raw energy that she pulls from everything around her. I mentioned that she studies, but she thinks those old guys were a little too safe for her liking, so she's often pushing what she learns to dangerous levels. And so, like, it'll look like a flame, but it's mainly smoke, and then it'll kind of like pop and crackle like fireworks and stuff. Shaman fighter, ninja foot wraps. These would probably be kind of more metal, like if she kicks someone, it's gonna hurt. So that's kind of about her and how I wanted her to look. You can ignore that, of course. These are like the original design I was kind of going for. This was just, I just thought about what I would want. But she ended up looking a little too similar to Joel, kind of with like the heavy metalness and stuff. And I noticed that a lot of the characters in SUPERVIVE already have like big jackets, so I kind of had to think of something different. Then I just wanted the dark mage, but I thought that was a little too different from the original. So as you can see, I kind of like fuse them. Like I just imagine her perched on a rock, watching wildlife kind of thing out there, looking for what she can. This is like the first ever just thought of her. Like I love having these like little tiny hair things and the spiky hair, the simple shapes. Like SUPERVIVE has a lot of it's like the characters look like clay how they're modeled. It's really satisfying. But now we get to her kit. I'll admit that this is the part I've thought about the least. I'm also not the most experienced with the gameplay, as this most recent 3-day playtest was my first time with the game hands-on. So these might not make any sense, but that's the point of concepting. So I wanted to build her fantasy into her kit, that being an edgy, flashy protector. I kind of want her to be jumping around, not getting hit while she deals damage out to enemies. The auto is a triple burst fire that fires a projectile that ramps up with speed. When a projectile hits, it marks the enemy. After 3 marks, the enemy will then take light burn damage on the full stack. I'd like her auto to be a medium distance and harder to hit in a 1v1. Though, if she's in a team fight and spamming, she's bound to get some marks. The right mouse button throws a smoke burst at a longer distance that turns into a smoke cloud on ally/enemy hit that heals or damages and marks those in it. If you throw it while jumping, it'll push you back a bit, so you can use it in conjunction with the dash. I kind of wanted her to have like a lot of movement and be damage focused as a protector and do a little bit of heal. She's kind of just in the back line helping out your team. For her dash, hold shift to charge, then burst out in a magic drill that follows the mouse, going fast at first and slowing towards the end based on charge time. Every enemy she passes through is marked and pushed back the smallest bit, and every ally passed gets healed. I thought it would be a cool idea to have a dash that could do a circle or even a U-turn. It would definitely not last as long as the image implies, like, because it could be broken. But imagine like most of them go neum. Instead, you would just go like that, dodge something. Then her E would have her clapping her hands with a smoke cloud in close range in front of her, clapping together the same way. The enemy inside is damaged and stunned for a small duration. So she's like, they appear, she pops them into her, cool effects, then they're stunned. It'd probably be way smaller than like anyone else in any other role. Then finally, her R is an AoE that she places with the cast time that explodes, doing damage to all enemies caught in the blast. Enemies take more damage depending on what stack they're at. So like there's different stack levels, there's probably 3. And of course this is just the idea right now. It would definitely need more iteration, but you can see it's like a cool eye. Then it opens and it's like scree. They're all running away. This guy made it out, but yeah, that's about it for Haze.
This is so cool.
Yeah. Go ahead, David.
I was just the way that you pitch the abilities and stuff is Jamo's real good at like interesting cool ideas, and I'm very much into like what's the like second to second boom pop psh, whoom. So like this is how I pitch characters. This is fucking so cool. I want to say I really love there's like some really cool synergy here with the like her being able to dash near allies or near enemies and then having like close range attack patterns with the E, and like that fits really well too with the idea of like using the RMB to like smoke screen and stuff like that. Like, and you know, it works really interesting too with the slow to fast projectiles, because it means like the closer you get, the little worse they get. So you kind of want to like sit far and build them up, you know, where it's easier to hit when they're faster, long range, whatever. I don't know. This is really cool. I really, really love this. I also love the idea of a very sort of selfish, stylish support character. You know what I mean? Like, she's so I only give a shit about me and people who can hold their own, but she's also here to help her allies. Like, that's such a cool kind of like juxtaposition. I think that's fucking awesome. This is so cool. Thanks.
Yeah, there's so much personality in that. Like I often say that characters are like a reflection of their designer in some way, but like I think there's like a really strong personality in this one with like I don't know, there's a lot of these characters I can think of like that are like kind of supporty, kind of edgy, they're in it for themselves. It's like I guess Toph is one of the classic examples where they're kind of
Yeah.
selfish, but they care about their friends. And I'm like, this character has that, but like, there's so much personality, and it's really cool. I think you had me with just this page. I was like, this is awesome. But then the fact that you went through and did the abilities too, the abilities are really interesting. Like, um, I wanted to say, man, it'd be cool if when you could like mid dash, you could do the E, like you could
Yeah.
clap someone while you're flying through, like to avoid, because it's probably melee range, so it's really hard to hit. But
That's
yeah, I don't know.
exactly. Yeah.
There's some really cool stuff here for sure, and I like the idea like it's smoke, it's fire. There's something nice about that as far as like communicating that it helps their allies but hurts enemies. Like I don't know, the theming and the gameplay are working together there, which is really cool.
Yeah, good job. You did
Awesome.
great.
Thank you guys.
Love
Yeah, yeah.
illustrations.
It's a
Thank
great
you.
way to pitch a character. It's like comic book. Are you presenting now?
If I said yes, would you go insanely hard on your feedback?
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna be hypercritical.
Hypercritical. All right.
We'll be nice to everyone but you. Yeah.
That's okay with me. So
Oh, you really are. Okay, let's go.
before I show you the abilities, I want you to understand what the goals are with this character, right? And I
Okay.
also want to say I worked on this with Tom Kick.
Okay.
Did he leave? What? He left for the one presentation he needed to. Okay. I
We're
worked on this with
recording,
Tom
right?
Kick. Yeah, no, it's okay.
Yeah, we are.
And our goals were to kind of introduce a character SUPERVIVE does not have. So when it comes to SUPERVIVE, what we think is lacking is really the support ability, specifically controller abilities. And there's a lot of things to do with, information that we thought especially was lacking on. So the goals with this character were to increase how much control you can have over a fight, increase your crowd control capabilities as well, which is actually a little different from what I'm going to consider, just the ability to control what's going on. I'm going to consider crowd control to be, how you stop people from running away, how you kind of stun them or you slow them. More emphasis on vision and information, because there's not a lot of abilities that are directly related to finding to information and vision. If I have to name one, I would say the Shrike Bird. If I have to name another one, I got no clue. And then a more diverse set of characters in regard to the neon apocalyptic setting. This is just something I threw in because, as you can probably tell, she's very digital. And I feel like if it's a neon apocalyptic setting, this makes sense. You literally have an announcer in the arena. There's got to be some sort of digital like tech, like Imatech Industries. There's got to be something kind of electronic going on. And of course, increased chaos, because that's what SUPERVIVE is known for. Okay, so the first ability is IP Finder. Because I would like to find your IP. This can stack up to 3 times, and each time you hit a new mark, it refreshes. But after you have stacked all 3 stacks, you cannot refresh the mark, and you have to wait an additional 5 seconds for all the stacks to completely disappear before you can stack again. The LMB is World Wide Web. You throw out a digital web that slows enemies you attack. 3 hits with the ability marks enemies you attack on the map with a location tracker, which basically is a UAV, but only for one person. So you can see exactly where they are on the map for 10 seconds, which doesn't really match up with the stacks disappearing. But the time was the hardest part of this, so we'll ignore that. The left shift is disconnect. You can hover above the ground, and based on the amount of data you have, which is a temporary glider fuel stat, you can either kind of teleport in the direction you're facing or blip, or you can just move vertically or horizontally. So imagine void, but you can like walk over the abyss without having to glide. That's basically what this is. You can't use your abilities, but you can use your LMB. So this should, give more depth to the fight. You can travel up vertically as well, which we thought was important because there's not when you're talking about verticality and SUPERVIVE, you want those options as well, like on your characters themselves. You don't want them to only have to be items. You don't want it to only have to be, an RJ with hover rings, rocket boosting to Narnia. Oops, you didn't see that. The R&B is overheat because when your PC overheats, the fans turn on. You materialize fans that send gusts of wind, and they push every hunter in that target area. So those giant fans in Scavenger Bay that are super annoying because when you stand in front of them, you get launched, like you get shipped. This is what that is, except on a character and to everyone within its range. And it's like a KP hook. It doesn't do damage. So you can use it like an air blast in town. The only difference is that it hits your teammate as well. And then the E is an FPS drop. So you send out a packet of data, and then you kind of, if we were talking in computer terms, you'd interrupt how many packets of data are being sent to them, so they get stunned because their PC freezes, and it refreshes the passive, which is once again, the IP stacks, which helps with the World Wide Web tracker. Finally, the R is blue screen because, of course, you want to shut down everybody. You take all enemies with 3 IP finder stacks and you silence them for 5 seconds. That's it. I don't got any more, unfortunately.
I love the theme.
We were gonna make the R Alt F4, and then we were like thinking, maybe we don't make an ability that forces everyone to turn off their PC and die.
It just closes the game for them.
I love the theming. Just to plus one what Jaymo said. I like the.
It's just such a unique theme,
Yeah.
Like, it reminds me, I don't know. It reminds me of like they have all these animes that are like in an MMO essentially, and this feels like a character that's like fourth wall breaking knows they're in the game.
It's Deadpool, guys. I watched Deadpool and Wolverine a week ago. There was a
I
little
like
bit
this
there.
more than I like that movie.
But yeah,
I
Tom
think it's
Kick also helped. Yeah.
the other thing I like is that LMB isn't just a projectile, right? It's like a AoE, right? I think that's different. Or I imagine it is an AoE, I guess, because of web. I imagine like it has a width to it, which is
Yeah.
interesting.
You don't want to make it too easy to hit it because it literally
Totally.
slows the enemy. And this is what I mean by like controller and versus crowd control. Like your crowd control is that overheat. It's like that fan, but your controller abilities is, throwing out these AoEs that threaten people instead of always having to hit.
I think
Yeah.
the one question I had was with the L shift, how do you go up and down? Like, what are the controls for? Because it says when you blip, like,
You
I
blip
don't
in the
know.
direction you're facing, or if you travel horizontally, you use A and D. If you want to go up, you go with W. If you want to go down, you go with S. Or if you
Mm,
go up, it's space. It should be space.
sure, yeah.
Like you jump or whatever to go up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know if anyone plays
I'm-
Genshin, but that's like the Scar.
I'm just curious how high up you can go. Can you just fly upwards forever?
No,
Oh, and so it vents out?
there's a temporary data stat, which is like kind
No,
of
no,
a
no, but
glider
like,
field.
obviously you have that data, right? But can you just go up like 5 meters with it if you fly upwards?
You shouldn't be able to go up too high, but let's say like how high RJ goes with one dash. Let's say
Yeah.
it's like 1.5 times that.
I see, I
That's,
see.
yeah.
RJ gets 2 of them, so she gets 1. Anyway,
Okay.
let's go, Anyan.
Let's go,
Sick.
Onion. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wait, how do you even present stuff on like Google Slide? Wait, you can do that. Okay, sorry, I've never used Google Sheets before.
It's
Wait,
alright.
how do I share my screen?
No
You
Do I
press the
not have
button.
permissions to?
You should have. Everyone should have permissions to share their screen.
Wait, let me. I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
But actually, the button is locked
Okay,
for
now
me
I
too.
can.
Why is it locked?
All right.
Jiggle the handle.
Yeah.
Discord classic.
All right.
What did you do, by the way, to be able to?
Oh, I just left and rejoined. Here we go. All right, can you see this? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. I like Archer characters and I like supports. So that was kind of as far as thinking of an initial concept went. I also there's always been the joke me and face tracks have had that Huntress needs a knife. So that's like the other inspiration for this character. And then it took me a long time of just thinking through a bunch of different things that were pretty cool. So I've got some like mood boardy things. I like this character visually, and they've got a lot of interesting abilities. Discipline Priest, I think, is a good showcase for like healing and supporting. Doesn't really always have to look like casting healing spells. There's this like game designer. He's pretty cool. Uh, and
I like him too.
yeah, he's kind of cool.
Me too.
Anyway, for the passive of this character, the the passives work by, or each of the abilities leave like areas on the ground, because this is like a nice way to add like a lot of positional constraints and ways that both allies and enemies can interact with like buffs and effects. And then instead of the healing of this character coming from like pressing a heal on people, instead, allies stepping in the zones receive a buff, and each zone can give 3 charges of this buff. And this buff just makes the people get a heal on their next attack and maybe do some bonus damage as well. And then you guys went and added an item that does this effect. I've got my lovely MS Paint diagrams. So like an ability, maybe leaving a dagger in the ground would create a zone around that. The color of the zone would indicate how many charges are left of it. And if someone steps in, they get the buff. The LMB, uh, I like bows and arrows. The LMB would just be a very like simple and quite easy to use like LMB. No, I think it should be good and beginner friendly for players joining. And oh, there's a blank slide. And the RMB. There's an ability that I think looks very cool. Wait, I think this just shows it. That ability's kind of cool. So for this character, you would point towards a place, charge up to a stab, and then that would like leave a small zone, and then it would have the second half of the cast moves you along towards your cursor after the dash, and does like a secondary /2. And then this would just leave zones alongside it. So within the space of this character, this is already given some like ranged options and some melee options, where the melee adds the mobility. Then the E ability, this would have like the cast and a recast. So casting it just empowers your next LMB to leave a slowing zone around the target that's hit. So this is a zone, but it also slows enemies. And then the recast of this ability would throw a dagger to a spot. if that dagger is thrown into a zone, it roots in that zone. And if it's thrown just on the ground somewhere, then it's left on the ground. And any allies interacting with it would get essentially like rescue grenades in the game to that to like the space that was shot. So adds a way, it adds a space for a supportive character to allow more melee-oriented characters to get into a fight in a way that also allows enemies to dash away from it. I have more MS Paint for this too. Hopefully this gets across the idea. Then the left shift would be a short dash that leaves, similar to the E, it leaves a dagger in the ground, and where you end, it leaves a zone. So allies again would be able to interact with this dagger to end up at the zone at the end, and this is again a zone that's like a buff for allies. But then the main interesting use case of this would be any other movements that you did with the character in the dash. Since like the dash would have a time that it goes, if you get, for example, like flow tornadoes, or you use a rescue grenade, or use any other mobility powers, it sort of adds a way for people to follow you. So both this and the RMB would be quite short dashes. And then the ultimate would be you basically make like a wall of arrows that then leaves a little bit of a zone. So it'd be like a good way to zone people or to block off an entrance, while also adding a zone that you could use the E to root, for example, or you could just use it as a way to defensively help your team get out of a choke point or to trap an enemy. And now I've got a couple slides on like situations of thinking about how the character might interact with the game. So you could, for example, use your, like, say, an Oathbreaker or someone's walking up to your character. You can use your E to empower your shot to slow the Oathbreaker. You could dash away, which, since the dash drops a dagger, that would then have a dagger in the zone of the E, which would make it a root. And then you could throw your E towards allies so that they would be able to get in towards the Oath. And then you'd be able to use your RMB to hit him and dash away. Or you could use like the ultimates to cut off the Oath to help your allies. Or you could use the ultimate to block to get away. And then like for counterplay that enemies might have, they might want to avoid fighting around your zones since they empower your allies and it gives them healing. If you were playing against this character and they use the E to empower the LMB, that gives something that you can use your dash around, because dodging that means that they won't get the power of the E. Especially when like there's like the E for the recast for the daggers, avoiding standing in zones would avoid you getting rooted, and respecting enemies when they've got the buffs was like also good counterplay. And the way that this character helps move allies around is quite restricted to allies have to move to certain spots and they have to move from certain spots. So there's still counterplay in that mobility that they give their team. The mobility is very restrictive. Anyway, that's, I think, the last slide. Yes, it is.
I really love
Sorry, I
it.
don't have my MS Paint.
No, sorry. That's MS Paint pitching is great pitch. I
It's my favorite.
something I wanted to call it that like I really like as a sort of new support paradigm here is how much like a lot of our existing supports, all of the agency of their supportive like multiplicative actions exist on the support. Like Seraph and Zeph do their thing. Notably, like even Zeph does things even if you don't want to do. And so this is a really cool switch where like you're giving a lot of multiplicative supportive power to your team, but like putting it all into the hands and agency of the team. Like you said, like rather than just healing them, you give them a thing that then they have to hit a shot to heal off of it. Like I think that's all like a really cool, interesting like there's a lot of cool like if two people are working together really well, like oh my god, it's gonna be insane, but it requires more like team play and coordination, which is really cool.
Yeah, a big part that I think was quite important to me in making the character was that moving allies for them is not very fun for the allies, even if it is fun for the support. But empowering them to move themselves is kind of more fun for everyone. And then making it quite restrictive adds the ability for there to be counterplay rather than just everyone gets their dash cooldown reset, you know?
Yeah. Because it's
Wait,
like all on the ground and
what's
stuff. It's all
that?
interchangeable spring.
Yeah, what kind of designer would
It's the Jamo.
characters 3 dashes?
No, I agree though with David. Like it it is challenging space, I think, to get your teammates to play around you versus you playing around them. But I think it's like this is a really compelling version of it. And I'd like to call out too that like enemies stepping on it roots them. So like when you're moving around, you would be thinking about you're causing I love characters that make people think about the game differently, but it's like when I use the movement ability on this character, I'm thinking about zone control and like the layout of the level design, and that makes that ability like that ability is so deep already that it's like if the rest of the abilities are playing into that, it's just like a really interesting character. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's
thank
cool.
you.
Right. Thank you, Onion. It was a great presentation.
Nice.
I love your MS Paint. It's always so funny to look at.
Thank you. I truly am an artist.
Yeah. Right. Homeschool. Yeah, 18%. Okay, good. It's just there can only be one person presenting at this time, which makes sense, I guess. Right. Go ahead.
Okay, sick. Let me just look for the screen. Okay. Sick. Alrighty. I also want to give a big shout out to Beeg_Yoshi3601 as well as Dilly Willy Dill Pickle Dylan for hanging out with me during the nights in this Discord chat and just watching me do stuff. Anyways, I shall start. I'm gonna set the mood with some music. If you do not like it, feel free to mute the stream, not me, but the stream. So the hunter I'm presenting is called Diana. Diana is the last of the star makers. The star makers were a celestial kind that created the glimmers and sparkles in the heavens and galaxies beyond, naming each and every star they breathed life into. Until one day a darkness of a different force came into existence. It was called the storm. It ripped apart planets apart and swallowed galaxies whole, including the star makers. All but one managed to escape. Falling to a broken earth, she was found by a Mancer warrior named Xander, who befriended her and gifted her the earth name Diana. She now travels alongside Xander as they both seek to vanquish the storm, and as she hopes to one day return to the heavens where she can recreate the galaxies that her brothers, and her sisters once created and loved. So for Diana, I would want it to be introduced as a new class, the Hunter class, Intel Scout kind of class. It's a new type of hunter that would specialize in the movement and speed mechanics to get where they need to go. With their abilities to move across the map, they'd offer their team intel on how to strategize their game plan and style. This unique style could offer SUPERVIVE a type of gameplay that is not commonly seen in most battle royales, as well as offer more ways to enjoy this game in a more meaningful way. These characters are for players that love fast momentum gameplay, want more of supervised movement mechanics in a character, and enjoy relying viable information to their team on about what's going on. So for Diana's passive, it is called Stardust. Diana's abilities and attacks scatter stardust on enemies that she can use to find her foes or ignite them to spark a supernova. For her L click, it's called Star Blast. Diana shoots stardust at enemies she aims at that she can later ignite to create a supernova. The more stardust that is stacked on the enemy, the more damage the supernova does. her R click, Diana has 5 stars with her that she can place anywhere on the map. If she R clicks on the star again, she can retrieve it. Stars can also be destroyed by enemies, but will then be refunded to Diana after a cooldown. For her Q, Diana launches herself vertically, pushing away enemies in her radius and throwing stardust on them. Diana would be unique in the fact that she would have another Q, which is when she would crouch and then press Q. Diana's consciousness leaves her body and enters into the spirit realm that allows her to move freely throughout the map with increased movement speed undetected. She cannot attack, use abilities, or see her enemy's physical form, but she can ignite, collect her stars, as well as hear enemies and see their footprints that she might pass by. Canceling out of this ability called astral projection brings her back to where her physical body is. Her E ability is called Supernova. Diana can select and ignite stars that she has placed on the map and can cause it to explode and do AoE damage to enemies surrounding it. Enemies that are directly on the star are stunned. She can also explode enemies who have stardust on them. If the enemy has stardust on them when they're on a supernova, they take double damage. For her shift ability, it is called Star Walking. Diana launches herself in the direction she's aiming. If she goes through one of her stars, her dash resets, allowing her to continue flying. Her ultimate is called Star's Atonement. Diana creates a giant star that radiates a bright, blinding light to everyone except her allies and offers her team cover, as well as shoots out stars randomly in its radius. Her teammates that are in her cover are untargetable, but can still see through Diana's bright light. Diana can still move around, but cannot use her abilities or attack during this time. Oops. During the early studies of Diana, she went from being a shark rider, a mermaid, a squid person, and landed on being a butterfly/moth alien hybrid. But her stars and galaxy background was actually inspired from an episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog, where there were alien squids that created the stars in space. Her silhouette was inspired from a lot of 1920s and 1930s sort of fashion and silhouette, focusing on more of a glamorous style. And yes, as a moth, she does like lamps. To push this idea further, I would want to explore more of her iterations and translations for her and what her design originally means, as well as make her more in context of SUPERVIVE in terms of the official lore of SUPERVIVE whenever we get that, and how her kid would work. I'd really want to see this type of class in-game. Personally, I love characters that play like how she would, theoretically, and I wish I could see more of it. There are a few times in SUPERVIVE where I wish I could scout ahead of my team to determine the next choice, but I feel like there isn't a character that really excels with that. There are definitely hunters that can travel fast around the map, like Celeste Day, but I'm thinking more like a way to travel far and then come back fast to give information to the team and still be with the team. Thank you very much. That is my presentation.
Bro, you're cooking so much here.
Mm.
Um,
I'm trying my
I
darndest.
I've thought about this like walk ahead and scout thing, and one thing I even thinking about it now, I'm like, man, leaving your body behind is like so dangerous.
Right?
And it made me wonder if like you could dash through an ally or something like that and attach to them.
Oh,
Like
that would be
leave
fun.
your body with your ally and then you
Yeah.
go scout and then when you rewind to them so that you don't get like
I actually
left
didn't think
behind.
about that. That would be a
Yeah,
really cool
yeah, yeah.
idea.
But I honestly didn't get there either when I was working on something like this before. But like listening to your presentation, I was like, oh, maybe that's like how you could get it to work
Uh-huh.
in a less punishing way. But I don't know. In general, this is really cool. There's a lot going on. I think you almost have two kits where it's like you could have this scouting character. I think
Uh-huh.
dashing to your stars and placing stars is almost like a whole other character. Or
Yeah.
like there's just so much potential in those ideas alone that I think you could flesh a whole kit out
Thank
around either
you.
one of them. You know?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate hearing that.
Yeah, yeah. And the art, yes, the art's on a whole other level. So
Thank
it's
you.
just amazing presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah.
Something that's works so well with the art too is I feel like it intuitively explains what this character does. Like gives me kind of Wisp from Dota 2, or like you know what I mean. Like the
Yeah.
idea of this character being sort of more ethereal and like able to attach to allies and like spawn visuals around the world and astral project and stuff. Like fits really well with the idea of like I can gain vision of like the whole map better than anyone else. And I really love that like version of like, let's see how hard we can crank the intel power by being like, yeah, you can put these on the whole map. And like, this seems like a character like, yeah, like if you're really good, holy crap, this character's like the skill mastery is like, you know, the skill ceiling's through the roof with a coordinated team with that kind of intel power is really, really exciting.
Right? Thank you for being excited about that. I really am happy to hear that.
I think too, like the art communicates a certain level of like of the fantasy of the kit, right? Like she's
Yeah.
not necessarily like a carry damage dealer. She looks like she supports,
Exactly.
and
Yes.
that's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you
Content
so
is
much.
communication.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
You put all the work in. It's amazing. We're just
Take my time.
enjoying, you know.
Well, thank you. A huge appreciation. I love that hearing you guys be excited about the idea as well as like actually having the ideas in your head, because that means I'm excited to hear what comes out of that.
Yeah, scouting is something I'm really interested in. It's like on the horizon because we
Right.
always have a lot to work on, but I think a scouting character is really compelling.
Right. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Y'all are too good at this. This is kind of scary.
Yeah, holy crap, this is blowing my mind.
Chinta. I mean, that die is so crazy. It's.
We're coming for your jobs.
Please, you don't take
Help.
them, but
Send help. I can only work so
yeah,
fast.
help. Yes, send help. Oh god.
Alright.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, the airplane. Did you still unfit your fucking washer, man?
Listen, some of us
What?
have to do laundry, okay? Come on.
Yeah, man, it's fine. You're not gonna
It's
hear this
fine.
for too long. All right. Ah, shit, I can't share my screen. How do I do this? Do I have to leave and come back in?
Yeah, you have to. I think you have to leave and rejoin, and then it'll be fixed. It's just somebody was streaming before when you joined.
All right.
He didn't. Does Chinta have? Do I need to put him up? I think I need to put him up. Okay.
You need to put him up because I turned off.
Where is he? The little
everyone.
rat. Okay,
Can't
can you
call
put up
Chinta a
hand? I didn't find him.
I
Did
got
he
him.
leave fully?
I got him.
Oh, he found him. Nice.
Oh, here we go. Now I can actually share my screen.
Nice.
Oh, all right, man. I'm kind of nervous. So,
Don't.
this is my submission for the custom hunter. So today, I'm gonna introduce to you my dream concept of a character, something inhuman, something tanky, something bulky that can just stick to targets and have a lot of impact, but at the same time, not have super overwhelming pressure. And today, I present to you Belita, the wisp inhabiting a flower, which I thought was a really good idea at first. And I don't know, it translated really well in art. So basically what I wanted was a frontliner that was a drain tank archetype that I don't really see a lot of representation in games as much as before. At the same time as being melee, because I don't know, can't really make a drain tank that's also ranged. So yeah, continuing. The lore of this character is since wisps in the SUPERVIVE universe don't really have any explanation as what they are, I decided to take some creative liberties and just say wisps are the souls of the dead that stay in the material plane. They don't retain their memory after death and can inhabit certain objects and use them as body. So Oath uses that huge mech thing, and Belita uses this flower. And going into the kit, the passive is basically what defines her drain tank capabilities. That being carnivorous anatomy. She uses the digestive secretions from her vines to deal some amount of her max HP over a certain duration, anytime she damages someone using specifically her melee abilities. And that effect can stack up to 4 times. So if she hits one target 4 times, she'll max it out, healing 10% of her max HP over 5 seconds. If she hits 4 individual characters one time, she also maxes it out. And attacking again refreshes the duration, but does not go above this rate of healing. And also, enemies that collide with her take really small damage that have a certain cooldown per target. And the only reason I have this is that it's a consistent way to also apply the passive. The passive applies the passive, which I thought was funny. And also, it's fitting because you touch the thorns and it hurts. And yeah, forgive me, I didn't have time to do a lot of good graphics. I only had time to do the model and the compositing. So yeah, LMB, Vine Whip, is just a simple cleave in front of her, deals some damage, not particularly slow, or not particularly fast, not particularly damaging. It's just there as a consistent way to just be able to apply passive to nearby targets and be able to just keep dealing continuous damage without having to completely rely on skills alone. And to compensate, a lot of her skills end up being more utility focused. Her RMB, Scented Cannon, is something that Gugusia helped me, what's it called, think of, because even characters that are more particularly melee have at least one tool in their kit that allows them to compete with characters like Shrike, like Celeste, like Void, that have a lot of poke damage, a lot of range, and a lot of CC to avoid you collapsing onto them. So to compete, Belita has this projectile that functions more or less like Smolder W, where it accelerates fastly at the start but decelerates slowly near the end. And it reveals enemies hit because the idea behind it is that it's scented petals. So you can smell them from far away or something. I don't know. Her skill, EQ, whatever you have it bound, is basically her bread and butter, Emergency Bloom. It has two components, a passive and an active component. The passive is just grit and set, where she stores a certain amount of damage uh, in the last 3 seconds up to a certain amount. And she can consume all of the current emergency column to heal herself based on bonus HP and the emergency column, and a shield based on ability power and the emergency column, because I wanted to make a character that could both benefit equally in its tankiness if you wanted to build more damage or more HP. So you end up healing a lot when you build HP because that is a more permanent source of durability, and you get a big shield when you're building AP because that is not really supposed to increase your durability in a long, prolonged fight. You just give yourself that amount of burst sustain you need to finish your damage. And much like Set, if you do it at max, it also does a bonus effect. And in this case, it just slows nearby enemies for a couple seconds. And the plan was that this skill would be used as basically the main ability to make her really, really durable in prolonged fights. Her dash is also very important to her kit called Tangling Burrow, where she lunges herself forward, regardless if she's on the air or grounded. And it always goes the same distance, is not affected by friction because it's a jump as opposed to a dash forwards. And if she hits the ground, she enters the borrowing state. And in the borrowing state, doing any kind of action activates the second part where it just is more or less like a mini Zyra ult, and staring at nearby enemies and allowing her to follow up with the rest of her kit. Just there as an engage tool, there as to stick to targets better. But there's also some interactions that I wanted to make sure the borrowing didn't feel like it's just, I don't know. I'm kind of stressed out. 1 second. The borrowing state has a couple of interactions that I thought of that would make it more interesting. and at the same time, not something that's like, oh yeah, you press this ability to just get a bonus movement speed. So there's a couple of addendums. She has reduced vision and increased movement speed. You can just go over double height ledges without jumping, because if you jump, you exit the boring state, and that would be kind of cringe. So you just use it. You just basically treat ledges as ramps as opposed to ledges. And if you go out into the abyss, it just cancels. If you get hit by something, it cancels. If you use a power, it cancels. If you go on to like anything that displaces you, like rails or jump pads, it cancels. Times out after 15 seconds. But it also cannot go over walls that don't have like a surface above it. So let's see, the big rocks that are all over the map that you're not supposed to really go into, that only myth can go into, can't really go over, they act as normal walls. And that's something I would like to what's it called, make sure is clear. And the ultimate is the tool that you basically use as a combo out of your shift. So it's a big playmaker. Guy is constrained. She winds up for 1 second, so it more or less is in sync with the snare from her dash. Then tethers enemies that are inside the activation area for 3 seconds. And this more so functions like, I can't really bring up a comparison, but the further it just tethers enemies to her. Actually, no, old myth or huntress E, where it was the old tether. And the further you are from it, the more slowed you are. That's specifically dependent on the relative distance from the target and her. So even if she walks away, the target will get slowed. And if they escape, they get stunned for a short duration and take some damage. If they don't, and they stay in for the whole 3 seconds, they get pulled in, stunned, and take a significantly higher portion of damage. And that is basically like a big playmaker. I don't really, what's it called? It's supposed to be a big playmaker that's supposed to combo off of the bump that she gets from her dash, and basically creates a lot of disruption in a team to force them to run away and give her space, while she still has the ability to stick with the amount of CC she has and sustain healing, that is. And while there are targets tethered to her, she can use her abilities and move around, even dash, but she cannot burrow in that state. And that's mostly it that I wanted to add to that interaction, where she can just attack and keep dealing damage to people that are tethered, as opposed to just being Skarner, where you can't really do much. And yeah, that's it. That's the concept of my character. I hope you liked it, and I'm sorry if I act so stressed. I have to leave my house in like 5 minutes to go catch a plane. But
Oh
yeah, that's
damn!
it.
Shit, crazy.
Yeah,
Glad
yeah,
you made
that's
it.
it. I will, but yeah, that's it.
Yeah, make your flight. Also, this is awesome. I think
you.
Thank you.
everyone loves the burrow. I think the burrow thing is like extremely cool. I like the idea that it goes up double high ground. I think the ult is really cool. There's a lot here. Even the healing ability and the passive, like I don't know. This character's fun.
Yeah,
There's so much going on.
yeah. The idea
And I
behind it was to make something that's like very easy to play, very easy to execute. You read all of the abilities and you instantly know, oh, I know the combo. I'm supposed to dash chin, instantly snare enemies, use my ult, and then keep using the M1 to slap it around. And you just repeat that game plan, which is not particularly boring in my opinion, because I play characters like Garen, Nasus, Briar. And at the same time, it's effective.
did you start at it from like here's the abilities I want and then add theme, or were you like this is the theme? Like how did you approach that?
Kind of both. I had the idea in mind that I wanted to make a close range sticky drain tank that didn't have infinite pressure like some characters that have a lot of mobility. So I
Right.
just looked up characters and builds in other games that I really like. Briar, Nasus, Bullgoat armor set in Elden Ring, Rex from Risk of Rain 2, and they are just characters that are really, really sticky to enemies, but are not particularly good to make a really long engage or do extensive chasings. And also has really high durability, which is what I like. And after progressing through this idea, I was trying to come up with designs, visual designs that would fit that idea. And I thought, okay, nature characters could create this idea of self-sustain. So I made some concept art for flowers, big plants and bushes and trees. And then I had the idea, oh wait, what if I put a wisp on it? And that's and then I just built around all of the abilities around the fact that she is a flower.
Well, I think it's
Sounds sweet.
amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, you did great.
Thank you so
Yeah, man.
much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna leave Cherry to
Bye.
do her amazing design, and I need to
Bye
fucking
bye.
go. Bye bye. Thank you
See
so
you,
much
man.
for paying attention.
Ooh, cherry time. Oh, he didn't turn off the presentation before he left. So, okay, guys, just a quick note: when you leave, please turn off the presentation first and then leave, because otherwise it fucks up, and Cherry has to leave and then rejoin
Wait.
in order to be able to share. Yeah, you have to leave and then rejoin. Yeah, there you go. You can now, right?
I still can't. Hold on.
Okay, try it
Let
then.
me leave like properly.
Name it Discord.
Cherry might
What?
go.
I'm back. Okay, hold on.
Said what?
Maybe.
Hi.
Hi. Maybe I got it. I
Nice.
hope
Okay.
so. You see it? Is it okay?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, so my concept for the hero is Yalidi, which is the protector LG Siren. And the thing is, she was like, I did this very quickly. So, the brief story and ideas behind her is that I really like mermaids and siren characters, and I really wanted to put some in SUPERVIVE. So, she is an algae siren with dissected arms living in cold waters. And one day she found like a kaiju orb in the sea and touched it, and that's what caused her arms to be dissected. And so now she grows like all kinds of algae in her veins to like uh heal people and like survive in the place she is right now. She is pretty friendly. She also used to heal humans, and because she's a siren, when she sings, like people drown. But as long as she stays muted, she is okay to like help whoever she wants. And after this accident with the Kajuar, she just put her life into research what it was and why she caused it to like the stuff that it did. So for the passive, whenever you cast an ability, it's like a mark passive. It will mark the hunter for 5 seconds, and if you hit that mark again, it will slow the hunter down, unless they cast like another two abilities after they are hit by her. After that, the LB are coral hands, which you will fire the algae, dealing damage and slowing down enemies for 2 seconds, and it will leave like it will grow algae at the place you fired it at the like maximum range, and you can recast LMB to like return it to you back, or you can cast RMB to make a trap out of it, which the RMB is sprained ankles. You can only cast the spell if you casted the LMB, and it will open up a hole that will root all the enemies and heal one of your allies. If there are more allies, it will heal the one with the lowest health that is trapped in this hole. After that, we have E, which is two shields or one shield to yourself, and also it will heal the if you're are low on health, it will heal you also. And after that, we have Elshed, which is Drowning Path, and it will create a road out of algae, giving you and all your allies additional movement speed, and also give movement speed to all dashing abilities on it, also for the enemies, not only for allies. And after that, the ultimate is Can Breathe in here, which you will fire a wall out of algae and guide it around the map. You can create any shape out of this wall. You can just do like a straight wall. You can do like some closed shape. If it's just like a straight wall, or it will not close a shape, all the enemies will root for 2 seconds if they touch it. But if you make like a closed shape out of it, I don't know, a circle for example, if you touch the wall, it will deal additional damage to all enemies and give movement speed to all the allies that are in that shape that you created. It's very similar to Harbor Wall in Valorant. And so the early concept arts are I originally wanted to create a dancer, but we already have Celeste, and she is kind of dancer. She's like ice skater, but also kind of ballerina. So after that, I went with warriors, and especially with like healing orbs or healing or shielding abilities that will block like stuff with swords and shields, which are the second and third concept. And the third one, that's when I came with dissected arms, and she was supposed to have like wood abilities, but that was also later changed. After that, I just realized I'm just gonna do mermaid because I really want to do mermaid or like a siren. And so that was the first three concepts. I went with the third one, but after that, that was supposed to be like her final design, but I was just like, it's not SUPERVIVE enough. If it's supposed to be like in the future, she needs to be more like futuristic and cool, kinda. She kind of looks too much princessish here. So I went with more like warrior again style, and but it still wasn't kind of it. She was too naked, I guess. And so I gave her this jacket with fur to like you can see that she lives in colder waters, and also gave her some tattoos and some other like stuff like the apron stayed, like some ruins on her like arms and more of algae, and just overall make her more cooler. And so yeah, that's her. Thank you for listening me yapping here.
No, thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing. I can't believe how many iterations you went through, like, and they're all really good. I
I
feel
mean,
like you
yeah,
came,
it was a lot.
there's so many good ones to choose from too, I feel like. And I also like, I don't know that some of it was in chat, but like I like the idea of like a water elemental in Loki. Like a lot of your abilities I feel like fit really well and pay that off, which I think is it's interesting to me because it seems like a space we should explore at some point. But yeah.
Nice, nice, thank you.
It was a good combination of like interesting abilities that pay off the fantasy, but then you have so much art that's like really good too. So I don't know, I'm just impressed.
To be honest, I like created the art first, so the kid was like kind of like, how do I create a kid? But yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
that's it.
No, it's
It's
fucking
nice.
awesome. I really love it.
Yeah,
Again,
I think it's surprising that you came at it that way because the abilities fit so well, you
yeah,
know. So
thank
or
you.
maybe that's just it works for you to do it that way. But yeah, it was cool.
I like the when you dash, you leave the thing on the ground, and then enemies and allies get like faster dashes. That seems really cool. A lot of times we have
Yeah.
zones on the ground that you are trying to dash out of, or if they're bad, or dash into if they're good. So having a thing that's good to walk into and then dash out of is like a really cool way. Like it'll be better for teammates most of the time, but like enemies can play around it too. That's a fun twist on it. Simple, understandable, but probably
Yeah.
adds a lot of depth.
Right. Thank you for presenting.
Okay.
That's very nice. Remember to like
Yeah.
unshare your screen first before you leave.
Yes, yes. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see.
Alright,
Alright, so I wanted to do a disruptor character that is mobility, like a combination of things I like a lot in a lot of games is mobility combined with utility rather than like damage that you'll see with like typically the most mobile characters in like League or something, or like assassins that focus a lot more on damage rather than utility. If I were to do something that's based more around utility and mobility, and I thought a melee character would be also a good fit for that. And for a theme, I also thought that, you know, some kind of water theme would is maybe not represented in SUPERVIVE as much. So I was trying to think of ways to like create a unique water themed character. And I thought, what if they just have like a bag that has like an entire ocean in it, or is like linked to an ocean, or something like that. So I came up with the idea to use like coral as one of the main props that they use to like interact with and create interactions between their abilities. So to start with, he's got like a staff and he's got a bag, and his name is Coral because it rhymes with coral. And you know, I know you guys have been doing that a little bit with like brawl and brawling, so I decided to lean into that a little bit with the name here. So let's just start with the dashes, since that is a thing that is pretty core to SUPERVIVE. So he's got a EX dash or air dash, and also a ground dash. So if you can dash, so if you're on the ground and you dash, you can kind of do a ranged attack during the dash. The way I think about it is like maybe some water spills out and then he flicks it with his staff. And then for the EX dash, it's a long dash and a jump, and then you do a slam effect, maybe with some more water going on, and it like knocks people back. Think like, kind of like the kaiju hurt effect. Alright. So LMB is just your classic melee range swipe. Probably not super high on damage. Because again, I don't want to be damage character. You'll see where the damage comes from in a little bit with the coral. So for the LMB, this is the first coral ability, where you can either hold to drop a coral next to you, or you can tap to change your selected coral type. So let's sort of look at the different coral types. We have colored coral effects. Yellow will poison enemies, and that will stack. So we can have like multiple coils set up. And you can like stack poison on enemies. So that's like one of your main damage ability is going to be based around like trying to stack up poison and then kite enemies out while their damage is ticking, so that you don't take damage, but they take damage, and you get to win the fight through using the poison instead of and like kiting them out after you poison them. And then for the purple one here, we have a small shield and a speed buff. So when you smash that kind of coil, it'll give all of your allies, including you, a speed buff and a small shield. And then we have leg. I was trying to think of something that was like CC based a little bit, just to like kind of round it out. And I think 3 options is good. So I just came up with like maybe an interrupt plus slow would be good. I didn't want to do anything that's too CC heavy. Because he already has a lot of like disruption with like the knockback, and I don't want to kind of overload that and make him too frustrating to play against. And especially when he's going to be somewhat, hopefully rather mobile with like speed buffs and 2 dashes. So his EOQ is going to be like a range, so we can either get a coil next to us with the RMB, or we can get a coil far away with the E/Q. And then for the ultimate, it's going to be a pocket ocean, So you just dump out a bunch of stuff from your bag and it creates a large area of water, along with a lot of coil to go with it. And that'll create like
A little projectile sounds really cool. I like that.
Yeah.
I tried to still keep some like ranged options with like throwing coil at people and being able to activate it at range, but it's a lot more.
Yeah,
limited
exactly.
than
But you
what
gotta
did
spend your
before.
dash for it. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
I have so many comments, but I guess like I agree with David. Like, there's something I think terrain support or like influencing the environment is so cool because of the BR nature, and so like this is a different take. I guess I haven't thought too much about like it's. I love how additive it is, but it's not actually like changing the actual walkable terrain, it's changing the environment. It's almost like I guess when you get the brush power, but this feels like a more thought out and interesting version in some ways. So like I also really like the multicolored multi AoEs. And then my other comment is I love the stick figure. Like I know someone was dogging on their stick figures earlier, but like this one where he's like flinging, the water, I'm
Yeah.
like it communicates so much. Even this one where he's jumping, I'm like, it communicates so much how cool this character could be, even if it's stick. I don't know. I'm like, I don't. It doesn't matter that it's stick figures. I'm in. Like I see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
dream. I guess it
Yeah.
conveys so much. It's really cool.
Yeah, I'm very much gameplay focused.
Yeah, but it's
Oh,
also like you're selling a personality, a fantasy. Like I get why you want to be this character, even if it, even
Yeah.
this like how quickly you're doing it. I think you get that across in like such an efficient way with the stick
Yeah.
figures, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's very I understand the dash attack so immediately, clearly, even though like yeah, stick figures aren't a bad thing. You're communicating it very like effectively here. It's very cool.
Does he know what his next like does he know what next color he has in coral like
So I
ready
was
or is
thinking,
he can swap it with tapping,
yeah, with the
right?
RMB tapping.
Can enemies
I
see
just
what he
think it's
has up
returning quickly.
next?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I'm not totally sure how you would communicate that.
Yeah, I thought maybe
Very
because
cool.
he has like the bag on his hip sometimes. I'm like maybe the bag,
Yeah.
like you can see the color or something. But yeah, it's cool.
Something like that.
Chat
Alright,
said,
thank
however,
you.
Olimar works. I don't know how Olimar works. I thought he just pulls them out randomly.
I don't know how Emma works either. Yeah, but makes sense.
Thanks,
Yep,
Jay.
thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Stop screaming and we'll leave it to the next
Alright.
person.
Yes, it is Loti's turn.
Yeah.
Time
Yes.
to touch.
There we go. Yeah, my character concept, I called her Volt Weaver. I don't know why. I liked it. The idea is like being the overeager technician like a May or a Torbjörn that's mainly focused around providing battlefield support. So their job is to boost their teammates, and when they're not doing that, they're doing damage. And I wanted to create a character that creates a lot of constructs, which means that mana is basically used as fuel. So their abilities use a lot of mana, so they can't be infinitely stacked or whatever. Then the first ability to play around with the timing thing is that she does generate mana a bit faster than most other characters do. That's the passive. That's the least interesting part about the kit that I created. The primary fire would just be a nail or rebar gun that shoots like short bursts at medium range, just doing damage. Because yeah, that seemed fitting with a technician. And then we get into the constructs. Like the R&B would be kind of a healing drone type of thing that you could attach to one of your allies, and then it would just provide them with sustained healing in short bursts. It's a drone that lasts a short while. I didn't get into numbers because of balance things, and then it has to go on cooldown. And during this time, you can also attach it to another ally who might need it more or less, or you can recall it so that it goes on a shorter cooldown, so that you'll be ready for next fight. The shift ability would be like a short, swift dash that also provides nearby allies and the hunter itself with a brief speed boost to kind of rotate around fights a bit easier. The second ability of ability 2 would be overdrive. It would supercharge either your healing drone or your ultimate, which I'll mention next. It makes their effects more potent at the cost of more mana, of course. And it also extends how long they stay up. The ultimate would be like a device that you put on the ground. It has a certain amount of health that can be destroyed by allies, but line of sight does not affect it. And what it does is it creates like an area around it in which your allies and yourself would be damage boosted and get reduced ability cooldown. The overarching theme with all of these abilities is that you can kind of just toss them out at the correct timing, and then you can focus on doing more damage. So your abilities kind of enable your teammates to do what they do better or easier, but you're not solely focused on that. That's kind of what I was going for. That's what I had. Thank you.
Hell yeah. I like. Oh, you, David.
No,
You
go
were
on. I'm
saying
so sorry. I'm so
no, you're good. Yeah, I don't know. I like that thought of like you just like supporting, placing these abilities, and then that frees you up to do other things. I think one of the things I really liked was the E. Just it's interesting how like it gives me like engineering vibes where it's like, yeah, I can empower. I get to choose what I'm going to empower, but I can only empower one thing. It almost made me wonder, like, yeah, how could it like integrate with everything? You know, like, could you empower yourself to make the dash speed boost people more, or do something? You know, leave something behind, or I don't know. It's a really cool
Kind of,
idea.
yeah, I did think about that, but I wasn't sure how to integrate it, so I left it out for now.
Yeah. Sometimes I think like when you're making a hero, you're like, there's some piece I want to work, but it doesn't work yet. And you just build what you know will work, test that for a little bit, and then sometimes things will come back around and you're like, no, now I see how I could work this in, or now I see how this piece fits. Someone called it a puzzle one time. It's like you may not have all the pieces yet, and you have a piece that you know you want, but it doesn't connect yet.
Yeah.
I like that metaphor.
Okay,
But
thank
yeah,
you.
sweet. I like the theming too. I think there's like a space there in SUPERVIVE that we haven't filled yet. So
Yeah, +1 that for sure. I like this version of the sort of fire and forget kind of support archetype, and it just shows how much space we have for that side of the support archetype, in addition to the thinking of like the star maker, like the moth lady, where it's like the other end of like extremely support focused, versus this is very like you help your team, but you're otherwise just holding space kind of support controller. Very cool.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I gotta share my screen, yeah.
I feel like your icon is very SUPERVIVE. I don't know what it is, but the colors maybe.
Probably because
Yeah.
fucking Josh drew it. Locken drew it.
Yeah, okay,
Right.
there it is.
It's funny, bro. All right, I am not an artist. I am an engineer, so this is going to be very picture light. Whoops. All right. Sura was a healer and a lover. She wanted to bring hope and life to the Skylands. But one fateful day, in an attempt to save the one she loved most, she lost herself. Her glider tragically ran out of glider fuel, we've all been there, and she fell into the abyss. But that wasn't the end for Sura. In fact, it was just the beginning. Instead of facing death, as she expected, she was instead met with a bargain. Life, her life, for the power to control life itself. A soul, her soul, in exchange for the ability to save the one she loves. And she accepted, and was reborn as Sura, the Kaiju spirit. So Sura is a high skill support, and I wanted to try to make a support that's like reliant on skill shots. So nothing they can just really like point and click, but everything, that's kind of deterministic based on exactly where you're aiming it and positioning and all these kind of things. Another thing I really like personally about SUPERVIVE is the element that wisps add to fights, especially like big team fights, and like how many opportunities there are to recover and pressure and play around wisps. And so I wanted to try to make a support with a little more like shielding, because I don't feel like there's, besides Oath's like giant actual like blocking shield, I feel like shielding as an effect, like now with like Bubble Blade might be a little more, but like shielding as an actual effect on characters is like fairly rare. So I wanted her to have a focus on shielding and a focus on wisp control, being able to do extra cool stuff with wisps, and that kind of being like the core piece of her kit is her like connection with kaiju energy and soul energy, right? So Sura wields a hand crossbow in her main hand and a spirit buckler in her offhand. So this hand crossbow, or we'll start with her passive. So her passive is soul charge. And you can imagine this as like, kind of like a meter that charges up, and you gain soul charge as you heal and shield allies. Once full, empowers your next ability with an additional effect and resets the charge. So all of her abilities will be able to benefit from a full soul charge meter. As soon as she uses an ability that consumes that additional effect, it will reset the soul charge meter. So getting to her crossbow, so this is her LMB, soul crossbow. And this shoots rapid fire, fast moving bolts that damage enemies and heal allies for a small amount. If your ally is already at full health, it will begin to stack a temporary shield on them up to some percentage max HP. So I was like thinking it'd be really cool to have an LMB that's like rapid fire that you can like shoot a lot. So you don't have to be like ultra accurate with it. But it's like it's a little hard to hit still, and you actually have to like skill shot hit allies with it to heal them. So on top of having to aim at enemies to hit them instead of just clicking your allies to heal them, you actually have to shoot them with your darts, adding like kind of another like aim skill mechanic. And then if allies are full, like if you guys are looking to entry or something, she can basically be trying to like in the middle of that, whatever that entry looks like or defensive looks like, she's like shooting her allies with her crossbow to like pre-shield them for like what's about to happen. So it's like really high uptime on trying to like aim and shoot this LMB like constantly or like quite a bit, right? So her RMB is Spirit Buckler. So you're going to throw your Spirit Buckler forward, returning in a wide arc. And I imagine this as like a Captain America shield throw, right? So basically, what it's going to do is if Spirit Buckler passes through an ally, it grants them a shield. If cast while empowered, it also removes anti-heal. If Spirit Buckler passes through an enemy, it deals damage and slows. If cast while empowered, it deals more damage and stuns. And this is like, it doesn't get stopped when it hits anything. So it like can pass through anything that it hits, and it's going to go out in a straight line. So like straight line skill shot, but then based on your directional input, it can either curve left or right in like a wide arc back. So it's like a skill shot with like a central or like a straight trajectory out, and then like a big kind of like loop back. If you imagine like Captain America throwing a shield and it doing like a wide arc back around to the right or left. So kind of like I wanted like a unique kind of pattern for this like shielding skill shot. So you can imagine like a bunch of allies grouped or like a bunch of enemies grouped or both. She throws the buckler, any allies get the shield. If any of them have anti-heal, it's removed. If she does it empowered, and if it's empowered, it's going to like stun enemies and passes through as well. Her E is Spear Link, and I swear to God, I wrote this in my notebook before the playtest yesterday where an item does something very similar. So this is Spirit Link, and this links your soul to the soul of an ally within a certain radius. While linked, you both take some percentage less damage and gain some percentage health regeneration. If either target is knocked while linked, the player still alive instantly swaps places with the Wisp. Requires a 2-second channel to link, but if cast while empowered, the link is instant. Dash, Spirit Dip. Sink into the ground and become incorporeal, traveling through the ground in a given input direction. If you path through an ally player or wisp, you will make them incorporeal and carry them with you to the end of the dash. If cast while empowered, allies will heal and wisps will auto-res like the GA effect. If you path through an enemy player or wisp, they are anti-healed or cremated. If cast while empowered, enemy player is also stunned and the enemy wisp travels with you as well to the end of the dash. And this can path through certain terrain. And finally is kind of the thing that brings it all together, her ult, Soul Maelstrom. Throw your Spirit Buckler to rotate rapidly around yourself, creating a violent storm of soul energy. All ally wisps within a large radius are immediately pulled to your exact location, and living allies are shielded. If you cast this while empowered, all enemy wisps are also pulled to you. And so you can imagine some crazy team fight happening with an empowered Soul Maelstrom timed well in the right spot, completely fight changing, insane moment to sort of turn the tide of what's happening with living and dead, wisps positioning allies, just completely disruptive to the wisp oriented side of like team fight interactions. And yeah, like that's basically it. This is like a summary slide on, basically what I just like everything I just said, so you can kind of like soak it in a bit. But again, kind of the concept was high skill support, lots of skill shots, really high like uptime, like active, like you're always trying to shoot your little crossbow to heal or shield allies and like damage enemies if they're within range. Really cool like shield throw to shield and potentially stun enemies. This Spirit Link with this really interesting mechanic where if one of you dies, you get instantly swapped. So like a lot of saving or positional stuff going on there. And imagine like your Spirit Link to like your tank, like Oath up front or whoever, they go down, it instantly swaps you with their Wisp and you were back. So they're in a safe position and now you're up front. Now you Spirit Dip, do something crazy like that. Use powers or whatever to do something crazy as soon as you get like pulled in there. And yeah, I just think it could make like a bunch of crazy Crazy stuff. I like the chaos of this game. So this is like a wisp chaos character, basically. Like my kind of support, basically.
I love it. This is great. I think I just straight up want to steal the dash. The dash is awesome.
Dude, take it all, bro. Make her. I want to play her so bad. Do it.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of cool too, like with the linking and I don't know. And yeah, chat was saying it too. Y'all want some supports. These supports are really interesting. So
Yeah, true. I
I'm
think
enjoying
that's
this.
definitely one of the ones we just don't have a ton of like options yet for, just the couple.
Yeah, I like that these outputs are so different. I think David called out the removing anti-heal on the empowered shield is really cool. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of like almost new ideas in this space that are really interesting to me.
I kind of like in my head like want her to be one of those characters where it's like if you see her on the enemy team, you like avoid. You're like, well, okay, we have to play around what we know she can do, or we're gonna be screwed at some point. You know. And she does stuff so unique that you really have to be like constantly thinking outside the box. Like, what is she gonna try to do with wisps or like with her swap or like with the ult? Like, yeah. So
I really like this is like a small. I'm just plus oneing what everyone was saying. I was already going over it. Like fucking. I really like using shields as the like supportive output for a mechanically focused character because shields naturally are like slightly more mechanical than heals just because they have like a timing element to them and you have to care about enemies. So like that's a really awesome like synergistic match. I think you're doing a really great job nailing this idea of like I want to support and carry my team, but in a way that like I'm still outskilling and playing really well, and I like mechanically, and I think that's like another really awesome, cool direction. It's really sick.
nice. Yeah, that's like exactly what I was going for, pretty much. Like ADC support. Like
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're like high. Yeah, it's sick.
Cool. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks, man. I don't know.
Yeah, thanks everyone for listening.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alright, thank you. Let's do for this next presentation. They have asked me to present it for them, basically. So I will have to do that. Which one is it? Is this one? No, wait. Am I wrong? I can't remember. I need to do chat. You have to be sure they're not here, and I'm just stupid. No, I'm supposed to present it. Alright.
Sikarek, you're gonna have to stop presenting.
Oh, my bad. I'm so new at this shit. My bad.
No, you're good. Just stop presenting.
Was there something I had to do? Stop streaming?
Yeah, and then leave. Yeah.
And then leave? Okay, good.
Thanks.
And I'm not wrong. They're not here, and the disc no, I don't think so. Alright. If I'm wrong, let me know. Alright. Alright. No, it's nice. Alright, so, yeah. Didn't it? Oh, I have to. Okay, I have to do like this. Okay, Arden's form is a semi-transparent, shimmering with an eerie luminescence that shifts like mist in the moonlight. His wings, composed of pure ghostly essence, appear as translucent, flowing appendages resembling wisps of smoke, of flame, of smoke or shadow. They give off a faint ethereal glow and ripple as he moves. He is draped in tattered spectral robe that float around him. The edges of his robes appear frayed and torn, as if worn down by centuries of restless wandering. His trident is an ancient, intricately designed weapon, seemingly forged from a material that is neither entirely solid nor entirely inferior. It pulses with spectral energy, the bronze glowing faintly. Right. In the haunted realms of SUPERVIVE, when the veil between life and death thins each night, there emerges a ghostly figure, Ardent. While his ghost brethren drift aimlessly, bound to the night's ethereal turns, Ardent strides with purpose, wielding a trident imbued with ancient otherworldly power. From the moment of his spectral awakening, Ardent knew he was different. His form shimmered with an eerie luminescence, and his abilities were far beyond those of ordinary phantoms. When others could only pass through walls, Ardent could momentarily transcend the very fabric of reality. With a wave of his trident, he could unleash devastating attacks devastating spectral blasts, each infused with the essence of the ghostly realm. His phantasmal winds generated from the purely ghost essence assist him to glide higher than any other being. Driven by a deep, unquenchable loneliness, Arden sees the source of his advantageous power. He roams the haunted lands, hoping to find answers and perhaps a sense of belonging. Each night he delves deeper into the mysteries of its existence, guided by an unspoken hope that discovering his origins will fill the overgrown void within him. He has no allies to confide in, no enemies to challenge him. His path is lined with shadows and whispers, each step echoing with the weight of his unanswered questions. The other ghosts, though aware of his presence, keep their distance, unnerved by his aura, power, and mystery. In the world of SUPERVIVE, Arden is an enigma, a beacon of spectral might and a seeker of truth. His illusionary and phantasmal nature, combined with his relentless pursuit of understanding, makes him a figure of both awe and dread, a lone ghost wandering in the twilight in his search of his destiny. Okay, next slide. Passive, phantasmal effigy, wins. Yeah. After using an ability, Arden gained Phantasmal Winds. Arden has increased vision at night and ghosts are not aggressive to him. Phantasmal Winds. Arden lets apparitional pierce gain bonus range and damage. Arden can freely move up and down terrain while jumping and can still attack. This does not allow him to move freely over the void. LMB! Arden thrusts his trident forward, dealing damage to all enemies in a non-rectangular area. I like it simple. RB. Arden blots off all projectiles in a blah, 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 blah. Arden blots all projectiles in a 130-degree radius around him for 3 seconds. This field moves with Arden. I slipped an ability, didn't I? Yeah. Arden quickly dashes in a direction, pulling all enemies he passes through and stunning them for a short time. He leaves a trail of spectral essence that deals damage over time. E. Ancestral Troll. Arden gives him and his nearby allies a damage absorbing shield. For every ally shielded, Arden gains additional absorb. If a shield is broken, Ancestral Troll stuns enemies in a small area around the unit where the shield is broken. Okay, so it's like a shield that explodes if people kill it. Phantasmal Aura. Arden is surrounded by a ghostly essence in a medium-sized area, dealing pulsing damage every 2 seconds. If an enemy is hit 3 times, they are stunned. Phantasmal. Okay, yep, that's the character.
Sweet.
And
like
just to be clear, this is Trudy Johnson's presentation, not mine.
Yeah. I wonder on the old, it's not attached to him, so he can just like leave it in an area and then dash away, I'm guessing.
Surrounded, so I just
Yeah.
dashed.
Yeah, I really
Mhm.
like the dash a lot, like pulling people, creating a slow zone. I don't know, it's really interesting, depending on the range too. It's a good it has good outputs.
Yep.
+1 what Rice said in the chat, the shield mechanic is a cool, like, sort of 21er bust situation. Very, very cool.
Where you like put it up and you have the duration.
I like a spooky character that interacts with the ghost minions differently, because then, like, when you have that person on your team where you want to go on the map changes each time. That's a really fun flavor strategically.
Yeah, it
Okay.
is really neat.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
No problem.
Okay, I think this is working. Let me know if this is full screen for you guys.
It was, but now, yeah, wait.
Oh, yep. Oh,
Sometimes it's
technical
full screen.
difficulty. Oh, hold on. You know what? I think I might have shared the actual program instead of just my screen because I don't really do this often. My apologies.
I'd say you're close to doing it more than I do it. Yeah, there we go.
All right. So first, I want to thank everybody for this opportunity. I think it was really cool idea to have an event like this. and I really enjoyed spending time thinking about the kit, doing some doodles, coming up with it, and just engaging with the community. Everyone's cool, so thank you, everybody. This presentation is going to be broken down into 3 pieces: the concept, the kit, and then the art/persona for this character. The code name is RD. I mean, for lack of imagination, research and development, but we'll just go with RD for the time being. So the concept behind RD is that I wanted to create a DPS controller protector hunter. I also wanted to be kind of a melee AoE, which I call a melee. So it's kind of I wanted to do up close, but also have some range on the damage. RD is also designed to sustain battles, so I can cycle through RD's ult to switch between the different energies that are overflowing from the weapon that kind of get into battles, get out of battles, and I'll talk more about that in a bit. The theme for the kit is adjustable, so I have 2 kind of lore concepts to go with it. I kind of went kit first in my design because I'm not the most artistic, but I also thought about how we can weave it into the SUPERVIVE lore and the world. So I kind of added some colors and elements to some of the sketches that I did. So we'll see that in a sec. Let's see. RD is also designed to close gaps fast and also prevent enemies from getting away. One of the other things that they could do is they have high mobility. They get into fights, but they can also reach teammates for AoEs. So they can get into fights quick, do some damage, but then they can also kind of hop back to the back lines and heal up for some other people. RD's passive is designed to lead teams into fights, and it also is designed to kind of prevent, forever chases. So we'll see that in a second. And then people who play this character, they should try to spread out the overflow control, so it kind of controls more areas of the map. And the overflow is going to be kind of like, imagine the mana grenade, kind of like that cloud of mana type of a thing that covers the area. So that's kind of what I was going for with the overflow concept. I did do some stats, but then I realized obviously that's going to change, and I'm in way over my head with that aspect. So you might see some chat boards, or stat boards. Pay no mind. So the passive is overflow. RD's weapon absorbs energia, which from everything it hits. After the 3rd hit, the weapon will begin to overflow with energia, leaving a 2.5 decaying cloud in its wake. And there are 2 types of energia that can absorb. There's Vita energia, where if you hit a tree 3 times, it will absorb Vita energia, causing the overflow to heal teammates who run through that cloud that it leaves behind. And then there's Mortem energia. So hitting an enemy 3 times will absorb Mortem energia, which will cause the overflow to slow enemies and apply anti-heal while they're within that zone. So kind of think of if you're in the front line and you're hitting enemies, then your passive activates, starts to leave behind this slow field / anti-heal. So it kind of forces the enemies to either get out of your zone, or it might, cause your teammates to want to jump in because that the enemies are getting slowed at that point. The left mouse button is, for lack of a better name, get 'em. So RD slashes their scythe in a devastating combo, which applies stacks of open wound. On 3 stacks of open wound, the target will become vulnerable for the entire team. So it's kind of like if you can hit someone 3 times with the left mouse button, they get a mark, and then the first person on the team who can get the next hit, it's a vulnerable hit. So kind of with the AoE capabilities, you can almost kind of open wound everybody, so it kind of can cause a lot of damage real quick. Or if you're trying to do a little bit of poke damage with the 3rd cycle, which I kind of want to show that again. If you see the animation down here, it does the cone in front, it does a bar, and then it does like a donut AoE. The idea behind this combo is that the slash in the front does a good amount of AoE damage, and then the up and down will push back an enemy, so it pushes them back into the range of the next donut move. So kind of the second combo will have that pushback, and then the 3rd one does the donut. So you can get really nice combos, and then if you can also work it with some kiting around, or sometimes you want a melee character who has some reach, but you don't want to have to commit entirely. So you can just cycle through your left mouse button to get to that third swing, and use that as kind of a range poke for the hunter. Okay, then we got the shift. The shift is trained, so you get 3 charges, and with the third charge you get a jump, and that jump can reach a tier 1 height. I didn't really know what the technical term was, but essentially just enough to jump over trees or walls. And if you are in mid-air during the second charge, then you do the no joke. So you do a spiral slash that then slams enemies down into the abyss. So you have your little hunter like this. They do their first dash, the second dash, and then the third dash allows them to kind of jump over terrain. And then if you start off with a jump and you dash, the first dash does a regular. The second dash will do a cyclone attack and spike enemies downward. And then your third dash, while in the air, gives you the extra height boost still. So you definitely want to note that on that third dash, if you're in the air, you get even more height, because some of the other moves depend on how high you are, which I think is pretty cool. The right mouse button is called Not Yet. I kind of was just messing with this earlier today, so I have to kind of flesh this out a bit more, but RD raises an overflow cloud at the target location that applies slow, anti-heal, and some decaying damage. So my idea behind this was to kind of be like, I wanted the right mouse button of Shrike, where it's the grenade, but I wanted to not necessarily damage people, but to kind of just grasp them or like slow them down a bit, or also kind of force them out of a position. So though that's where I was going with the decay and damage and the anti-heal, but kind of just a long range right mouse button that can cause an effect and kind of push a little bit of that. Come back down with your E to reset that overflow cloud and to also spread it so you get a little bit more control of the zone that you're fighting in. But I also thought it was really cool that depending on how high up you are, if you come straight down and the farther you're coming down, the bigger the attack range or radius. It's kind of cool. So one of my favorite things of SUPERVIVE is getting onto a jump pad on like a level 2 area and then jumping, as absolutely high up as you can, and then gliding around and then flying over people and assuming that they don't see me, and then come flying right down onto them and instantly force a fight. But one of the things I noticed is that that fall time is a little too slow for me to really make it exciting. So that's why I thought this E would be cool. If you hit it midair, it just instantly sends you right down and gets you engaged into the fight. And then the ultimate is called Life or Death. So one of the personas was Shadow, so disregard Shadow there. But RD attunes to his weapon, gaining control over the energy released by overflow. At will, R&D can then swap between life energia and death energia. And then upon activation, Shadow becomes temporarily empowered, or RD becomes temporarily empowered, where the empowered life will release a shockwave of life energia, which will heal your teammates and grant a short mana refresh. And if you're switching to the mortem energia, then that will do the empowered death, which releases a shockwave of death energia or mortem energia, which slows, applies anti-heal, and decaying damage of enemies within range. So it's kind of just like the ultimate. You rotate at a quick pace, kind of like changing shifts or phases. Is kind of what I was thinking of. So you can, you can be in life phase where you're trying to heal people and all that stuff, but then you can switch to the death phase to start causing the slow and all that. And on your ultimate, the cooldown would be relatively quick, so you could rotate between those things. So you get some healing, you get some damage, and how you play your ultimate kind of depends on what you're focusing on more. So it kind of has a little bit of diversity in that, which I liked. I'm going too long. I'm gonna try to wrap it up. Sorry. So the weapon idea is definitely a scythe. That was one thing I was hard pressed on. It's one of my favorite weapons. Inspiration is drawn from Gundam Wing Death Scythe. I always thought like having that beam scythe was the coolest thing on the planet. So I thought, how can we get something like that into the SUPERVIVE world? So having the same type of concept with Felix's sprite that's captured within his flamethrower, I thought, okay, I can use that same type of thing. So the energy for the weapon is drawn off of that same type of sprite. And then it could be ancient weapon, depending on the personas. It could be some type of super ancient weapon, or it could just be like a mage staff that is customized or whatever. The original concept I was going for was kind of like a necromancer skeleton from the woodlands. So hooded figure with like kind of a ultimate gauntlet arm that holds onto the scythe, where the other arm would kind of be, like bones. And then when they use the R right mouse button or whatever to cause the field to reappear from the ground or whatever, the arm will then fill in with energy. So basically, they draw energy to become more human or more alive from the weapon too. So that's all the stuff that can be messed around with. And then I also wanted to do possibly a Shadow Cat Mage Hunter from the Woodlands, themed after my cat, because who doesn't love cats? And so I did some AI generations, these top three. I'm not the greatest artist, but I just kind of wanted to see the concept of it. But if we were to go, what's cool about having the different personas is you can have like that overflow have different effects. Like if you were to go with the Necromancer, then maybe instead of slowing, you have poison damage. Where if you go with a Shadow Cat Mage, you can have another passive be something like always lands on your feet. So if you get spiked while on land, you don't get stunned. Or since they're a cat, they don't suffer from backpedal penalty, so you don't get slowed down when running backwards. And then here are some other notes that I had, some OG notes, and that's it. So I got so far, or that's it.
Good job.
Thank you, thank you.
Awesome. I love. I'm not to. We'll reference random things, not to draw too much parallels, but I like this sort of like Kiana-y nature of like caring about what you hit in the world, like caring about hitting enemies versus trees. I could also see like you care about hitting rocks, or you care about hitting water, or you care about hitting like ghost enemies versus normal minions. Like you could do a lot of cool stuff with the like building up your what type of energy you have and then expending it is like a really interesting, cool pattern. And then I really love the like throw a cloud on the ground and then jump and slam into it to like spread it as like a cool engage moment. And then really loved the big X shape that gets bigger the higher up you are. I think that's so cool. The idea of like trying to get as high as possible for slamming down is really interesting. I like that.
Yeah, I +1 that. I think we tried to do Sky Slam and it was interesting, but it had all these problems. But I think in some ways, putting it in a kit, I don't know, some of the way you were describing it, I think it could work. And I also thought that was like a really exciting output. I like to like the dash is different when you're in the air was cool. Like you get a melee attack if you're in the air. It kind of like simplifies that how you I guess achieve those outputs. And yeah, what David said too, like changing elements, it's really cool. I think there's a lot here. And then the art is cool. Like I think like a holographic scythe is a pretty compelling space. So yeah, there's a lot to like.
Thank you, thank you. Again, I just want to say thanks to everyone for the opportunity. I really enjoyed working on it. I think it's really cool to do. So thanks again, and keep up all the great work.
Thank you. Hell yeah. Keep up the great work, everyone else too.
Alright, yeah, we can very quickly do medias. It's very short anyway, so that fits anyway. The disease watch. Let me see. Where's this link? Because I have that in somewhere. I have it in a sheet. And media. There you go. Okay, you can see it, right?
Yep.
What did I do? All right.
This is a hell of a thumbnail. I just wanted to say.
I'm okay with it so far.
Hi, y'all. Major here. Well, not actually here. I'm with my parents. But I wanted to present my custom hunter, Riff. What? That art's shit. Little help here? Thanks, Cherry. This is Riff, the Rhythm Keeper. Riff is the driving heart of any team is on. A true bassist, he bolsters up his team to perform all around the enemy. A close-quarter supportive hunter, Riff excels at long-duration fights and gaining power as fights go on, and is the best when playing in proximity to his band. I don't have much for background or story because we don't really know the lore of the universe, but just from an animation and movement standpoint, I think he's just going to be very freeform, kind of jamming out to his own music, running around the map, dancing as he goes. Let's not delay any longer and let's get into his abilities. Riff's passive is Getting Funky. Certain abilities in Riff's kit give the enemy downbeat. Downbeat does not apply any negative effects to the target, but other abilities can proc the mark. Procking downbeat removes the effect from the enemy and gives Riff a stack of rhythm for 5 seconds, up to a max of 5. At max stack, each proc of downbeat refunds 25% of his mana. Knocks or assists give Riff a decaying shield scaling with his rhythm stacks. Riff's primary is Jam Time. Riff hits a note and fires a slow fire rate, medium range projectile shaped like a reverberating note that deals low to medium damage and marks an enemy with downbeat. Hitting an LMB adds a second to his duration of his rhythm stacks. This cannot go above 5 seconds. Hitting an enemy also resets the cooldown on their downbeat mark. His LMB deals increased damage based on how many stacks of rhythm he has. It has 3/5 the range of a Luna's LB, is a little bit slower for projectile, and has a slower fire rate. Riff's secondary is Death Tone. Riff plays a deep note that sends an extremely slow, reverberating sound wave that moves on the ground. If fired in the air, it will rapidly fall to the ground, then continue forward. It goes until it hits a wall or falls off the map. This ability has 2 charges. It deals very low base damage, but scales extremely highly with rhythm stacks. It goes through enemies and heavily slows. It also procs downbeat, dealing increased damage and grounding. This ability can also be charged. Riff slows himself getting ready to hit a big note. Charging this ability increases the width of the wave. At max charge, proccing downbeat stuns the enemy instead of grounding them. If any portion of the sound wave hits a wall, it stops the whole ability. Leveling up this ability increases its damage, lowers its cooldown, and increases the stun or ground duration. Riff's mobility ability is Showboating. Riff slides forward on his knees. At the end, he hits a power chord, dealing low AoE damage. If any of the enemies hit have downbeat, proc it and heal all nearby allies. The heal gets stronger the more stacks of rhythm he has. If the mobility ability is hit again mid-dash, Riff instead swings his base forward, knocking enemies back, dealing the same amount of damage and stunning them if they hit a wall. If the target has downbeat, however, proc it, deal increased damage, lower the cooldown of the next Showboating, and knock the target into the air, grounding them for a short duration. Note, this ability cannot be used in the air, and if he uses it toward a ledge, he cancels the ability and the momentum carries. Riff's air dash is Rage Against the Machine. Due to legal reasons, this ability's name has been changed to Rage Against the Kaiju. Riff dashes forward in the air. Activating this button again, he will stop momentum and slam his base down, dealing very low damage and dunking enemies. It does not apply any hard CC, but does in fact imply downbeat. This ability has a much shorter cooldown than his ground dash, but it is a lot shorter. Leveling up his shift causes you to lower the cooldown, increases the heal, and at max rank he gains an extra ground dash. Riff's special, or E or Q, whatever you want to call it, is part of the band. Riff gives himself and all his teammates a move speed boost and decaying shield. The next LMB a shielded allied fires applies downbeat and deals increased damage. Hitting at least one extra ally with his special gives Riff a stack of rhythm. On activation, reset the rhythm stack timer to 5 seconds. Leveling up this ability increases the shield, increases the duration of the shield and decaying move speed, and at max rank increase the ability's radius. Riff's ultimate is Bring the Rhythm. Riff hits a heavy note, sending a wide, slow wave of notes forward. The wave significantly slows enemies, applies downbeat to the target, and does not deal any damage. If Riff has less than max stacks of rhythm, he gains 2 stacks of rhythm. If he has max stacks of rhythm, he gains a new passive for 5 seconds, becoming In the Zone. While in the zone, his LMBs have a faster projectile speed and proc downbeat instead of marking enemies with it. On top of that, while in the zone, Riff is able to take his max stacks of rhythm up to 8. These stay until he loses his rhythm. Procking downbeat while in the zone, also heals his allies, scaling with rhythm stacks. Alright, so that was a lot. Let's quickly go over some pros and cons. Pros. He's got high in-fight mobility. He's got near instant protection that isn't just healing. He grows in power as the fight goes on. He's got very good sustain. He's got a wide variety of combos, extremely good sticking power in fights, a sick bandana and robot arm, and isn't a guitarist. For cons, he takes a while to get going in a fight. His passive that needs some attention. Hard to learn combos, not the best at chasing, a short viable range, and no real out-of-combat healing. I have 2 quick things. One, I did want to mention that he would not be a tank. I wanted to scale everything with AP, and he wouldn't scale with health much, so all of his healing and shields would scale with his AP, not his health. And 2, sorry for not having any visual aids. I had a lot of stuff come up and wasn't really able to draw anything like I kind of wanted to, just to have showings of how his ability works. I hope I was able to describe them well enough. I'm going to go back to spending some time with my parents. I mean, I'm already doing that, but I'm just playing with the joke that I'm actually here recording the video instead of being with them, but whatever. If any of y'all have any questions or you want to let me know what y'all thought, anything, shoot me a DM. I'll try to reply as soon as I can. Thanks. Next time, we'll talk about Raptor.
Sorry, I posted a little bit too early.
Oh my god. I said in the thing, and this is just one of the thing I keep thinking of just from my experience of like what seems to do well in games and stuff. Just like, dude, this prints money in skins. Oh my god, people would be so into it.
Dude, imagine different instruments.
Yeah. Oh my god, imagine like the ultimate skin, like the whole team when you're loading in is like in the band pose together. Like, anyway, no, all the ways to like build up this downbeat and rhythm stack is like so perfectly in line with the like basest fantasy of it. And I think when you have a really strong fantasy and gameplay that really meshes well with that fantasy, that's like people who are going to stick to that character are going to like play this game just to play a character like that. And all of you have been doing an excellent job with this kind of stuff. Like this is, I don't know. That was really awesome. I really love it. I love the again, like the downbeat and the rhythm, like just this common theme across the entire kit of like, it's all about just finding these ways to stay on rhythm with your team and keep the pace going. Like it's cool. I like, as a myth player, I really like the kind of characters that are more about like progressing a fight and like continuing and just kind of winning through grinding it out, as opposed to being like a huge bursty moment kind of thing. And so this like appeals to me a lot as a player as well. This is really cool.
Yeah,
I think
I like that. That's very true.
It's interesting too, because I imagine those characters become stronger at higher MMR, right? Like we see higher MMR fights tend to last a lot longer. To win a higher MMR match, you must exist much longer in SUPERVIVE. So that means like this is like and it works out too in a cool way, which is like this character would be complicated, right? Like the combos are complicated, and I think you want a character like that to be rewarded, at higher MMRs, and so there's a lot there. I think I'm so hung up on just like the theming is so cool. I'd have to watch the video again for all the like intricacies, because I'm just like, I just want the character, like the character fantasy resonates with me so much. That's like all I want.
Yep, right. So this next one is my presentation, which is gonna be a little bit stuffed, but it's alright. Let me just make sure. It's this one. I need to make sure I share the right screen. Alright. Give me a second. Alright, so I will start reading my lore first, because this character's lore is like most of the like film. That's like most of what I did. Alright. So the light of dawn paint. Oh, I can see that. The light of dawn bathed the freshly painted city wall in a warm golden glow. It had taken Vale nearly a month to complete the painting that now covered the entire city with her intricate designs. You might think, what a strange thing to do, and perhaps you're right, but the painting was one of the few things that brought her a sense of purpose in a world that seemed so cold to her. To Vale, The painting that now adorned the city wall was so much more than just a piece of art. It was a piece of her soul, it was a reflection of who she was, and a testament to her existence. She took a step back, silently admiring her creation. Her eyes cast upon the intricate lines and colors that filled the wall with life it shouldn't have. She stepped forward to the wall once again. She had one final thing she wanted to try. She scribbled her name in large letters on the wall, hoping that maybe this time things would turn out differently. As always, however, the letters quickly became unreadable. It was almost like someone stretched them out of existence in some crude form of censorship. Vale knew the attempt almost certainly wouldn't succeed, but she wasn't the type to stop trying. She hated even the thoughts of giving up. She had done so once, and she had vowed never again. There weren't many things Vale hated, and you might be surprised to learn that conversations were one of them. It wasn't that she was shy or disliked talking to people. What troubled her was the reminder that lingered in her mind throughout any conversation. They will forget, as they always do. It was the feeling that no matter what she said, it wouldn't matter in the end. Her hatred, her frustration didn't come from the repetition of introducing herself once again. No, it stemmed from the loneliness it reinforced. She would never have someone she could truthfully call a friend, a lover, nor a family. She longed to have a bond with someone that didn't simply dissolve like the mist at dawn. Nobody remembered her name. Nobody realized she existed. The paintings she drew, as far as they knew, they had always been there. Beautiful and mesmerizing, yet forgotten as soon as they turned the other way. Just like the artist herself. Yeah, so that's the lore. That's the backstory of Veil the Forgotten, and I'll get into what she actually does in game, as well as like show some art. Yep. I didn't draw this, my girlfriend drew it, and she did very, very well. She has red hair, she has like glowing red, yellow eyes. As you can see, she has like paint on her fingers, and like a custom paint job on her clothes. The important thing is that like her paint on fingers, she paints with her fingers, and she has the bottles because that's where she actually like takes the paint from, and she uses like magic and stuff, and it's like magical paint. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So her movement is called Colorful Winds, and basically she charges up and draws like a pair of winds while holding the button. And the more you hold it, the more you charge it up, the longer like the dash and glide will be. And it's important to note that it like allows you to scale double high ground. So basically, she like jumps up and like dashes upwards, but you do have to be like a little bit away from the wall. Like you don't just go straight up. You go into like an arch forward, and then you like have a kind of like glider type of thing afterwards that for a little while. And I mean, the icon's definitely not the retail version of Luna's Dash. I will never do that. Yep. The passive is called Lindruin's Trace. So when she hits an enemy with an ability, she will leave like a subtle glowing mark of paint on them. And for each mark that is on that enemy, she will do 10% bonus damage to that enemy. And it stats up to 5 times, and you can see how the 5 different stats look here. Yep. And the primary attack is called Splash of Paint, and this is a very simple, very simple ability. She just lobs a projectile of paint in a direction. It's medium range, decent damage. Really, all this ability is here for is just to be an LMB and to apply her passive. And also just couldn't think of anything that was that interesting for it. Her secondary attack, and this is like pretty much her main ability. She will draw a prone serpent facing in a direction, and she can have up to 5 prone serpents at a time. It's important to note that she draws those when she taps the ability, and then when she holds the ability, she will draw 1 more serpent, and then she will give the command for all of her serpents to attack in the direction that they place them in. So essentially, she sets up the traps, kind of, and then she allows them to shoot at the same time, to have like a very big payoff kind of thing. And the serpents can only hit people on the ground, so it is pretty much exactly like the serpents that are actually in game right now on the like sand zones. They also stop at abyss, so they can't spike people. Or like they couldn't anyway, because they couldn't hit them. But you know what I mean. And they each apply a stat of Linder and Trace, so you can do a fuck ton of damage if you do this correctly. Yep. Her utility ability, or her Q, or her E, whatever, It's called Rainfall Reverie. So basically, she puts down a square stretch of rain on the ground, and it's important that it's square because everything is round in this game. I don't know why. All right, and it will gradually expand until she recasts the ability, and when she recasts it, it brings it to life. And then it applies the following effects, and it is like drowsy, which basically makes the enemies fall asleep slowly while they stay within it. It's important to note that if they leave the zone, they won't fall asleep, so they have to stay inside it for the time it takes to fall asleep. While they're in the zone, they can only hear the rain of the zone, so they can't hear any abilities that are just outside the zone. And if there's someone else inside the zone with them, they can hear those abilities, but they cannot hear abilities from outside the zone. It's like cut off sounds, except for the rain, to basically make them sleepier. And it applies Linder and Trace, just it applies paint on them. This is kind of slow. It's not like a quick prod. It doesn't just immediately give them 5 stats. It gives them stats like maybe once every 3 seconds or some shit. Yep. And then her ultimate, to leave a mark. She draws something that the world has only seen once before. It's a meteor. Watch out. Yeah. So she summons a meteor down on the ground, and it has long range, has a little bit delay. It's a small AoE with very high damage. Well, not very high, just high damage. And the catch is that it applies to stats, and it also wards off her passive. So obviously it can do a lot of damage if she already has that up her passive. And yeah, that's it. Yep.
I like that this is there's like a new fantasy, like the painter, which is really cool and I think inspiring. And I think the other thing that caught me was the rain, like the rain applying something that if it builds up on you, then you fall asleep is it's really neat. I like that it gives room to the enemy, and it's a different shape. I don't know if there's anything quite like that yet in the game, and so I don't know. I
Yeah,
like
too many
those two things.
stress. Not stress, too many circles.
Yeah.
A lot of circles. Plus one, I really love the painter expression. I feel like the painter vibe and the a splash of color in a gray world for the sake of it feels so aligned with what makes SUPERVIVE appealing and what makes it appealing as a dev to it. You know what I mean? I think that's definitely a big part of the mantra of the game and the studio and everything. So that fits so nicely. You know what I mean? It's automatically targeting players who are already into this kind of idea, which is really cool. And then I really like I actually wanted to, in addition to the stuff Jim was saying, I think I like the being able to jump over the snakes, placing them around the world, and then firing them all at the same time is a cool spatial challenge I can imagine. And then I really like the idea of the ult being a they can't, or the sleep being they can't hear anything, because there's been lots of different CCs that are sensory deprivation style and stuff like flashbangs or blinds. Stuff like that can be really hard, but I think that an auditory deprivation one would be really interesting, but not be so I think that's probably the highest chance to be a low enough frustration that it's doable. You know what I mean? That's really cool.
So one thing with this ability is I really wanted to showcase that she didn't want to, at least on the initial concept, she didn't really want to hurt people. It was a very just go to sleep kind of ability. I don't want to hurt you. Just yeah, kind of it's not meant to be a natural stun or evil ability. So she just puts down a zone of rain and then they will slowly fall asleep. And that was the whole idea, and I really liked that. And then I just kind of went with that. But then I made it all a meteor, and then that doesn't really make sense for the character fantasy then. And then I was like, okay, fuck it. So yeah. Oh.
No, but you could theme something. She could, a big blob, a bunch of globs of paint could rain down or something. You know what I mean? It's not too weird. No, it's awesome. Thanks for that.
Right, Indeem, your turn.
All right, then let me just share my screen. So my character is Ninja. That's not actually his name. It's just a ninja, but I didn't have time to come up with a name. So the core mechanic in gameplay is Ninja's a mid-range skirmisher like Jewel Flex, but she's more worked around kiting and sudden burst to immobilization. While other champs work around mana, I think one could experiment with this champ having energy instead of mana, because I think energy would be a better fit for her. We'll come to that in a second on her kit. Her core mechanic are ninja traps, while they also immobilize the synergize really well with his or her kit. I also didn't know if she's female or he's male, so that's also not decided. Like the only part I actually invented is her kit. So while ninja should be able to kill the backlane through trap placement, which is the skill expression, I think he works like an assassin, but frontline should not be able to ignore him. So yeah. Her champ kit, so she has a passive. As mentioned before, her passive is her powered damage on immobilized champs. As a ninja, it exploits weaknesses. I also thought about her having a visor behind champs, like a Shaco passive, where he does more damage if he's behind champs. I don't know if this could be implemented. It could be like an add-on, something when you proc is pretty nice. My auto attack is just like a mid-range shuriken throw. That's like medium damage, and yeah, it has like between flex and drew range. That's something like the devs have to fine-tune. So her ability 1 is her dash. It has also an auto attack cooldown reset like flex, where each hit should reduce 1 second, and the CD of the dash being 6 seconds. Maybe that's too short or too long. That's something you'd have to find out. Yeah, this ability should not do any damage, and it should have a low energy cost, but not something you should be able to spam. Right. Her second ability is a blind. It's kind of something like a Quinn blind, but more like a skill shot. If you're hit by this, it's on only one enemy. You can only see the most immediate surroundings. So something like a 75% decrease or 50% decrease in vision. And while it lasts like 2 to 4 seconds, it should have a cooldown of around 7 or 8 seconds while costing medium energy, to not like spam or like be mindful of when using. Then her third ability, that's her main ability, the traps. They synergize really well with her and with her ultimate. She can place 3 traps simultaneously, with each being able to snare and give vision of the surroundings. And they can also be placed over some walls with a max range for placement of 1.5, the normal auto attack range. With some walls, I mean like these small walls, not like into a vault or something that would be kind of broken if you go into a vault and then you're like immediately snared. They automatically disappear after some time, and they have a cooldown of 2 to 3 seconds per trap. It's important that they disappear. We come to that when with the ultimate. Yeah, and as mentioned before, they have a 1.5 second snare and they're pretty low in energy cost. So ultimate ability is a point to click execute. She or he kind of parries behind the enemies and executes them for 10 to 15 max health damage. If they snare with a trap, this damage increases to 15 to 20% max health damage. And after successful execute, Ninja can port reset to one of her placed traps. We kind of had something in mind like you port to a trap that's not near enemies, but that's a problem because gameplay-wise, if you just place the trap behind you and then go in, it's kind of like it's an instant get out of jail card, what we don't actually want with her ultimate. And shield and heals can disrupt the execute if they're cast before, but she can't be interrupted during the execute. It's like she instantly goes in and then out to a port. We thought about her having a 2 times auto attack. The range should be 2 times auto attack, and it should be mid to high energy cost. This is like one of her main damaging abilities, as well as her empowered auto attack through immobilization. Yeah, backstory, didn't really have time to think about a backstory, so she's like a ninja, or he's like a ninja. I thought about her being a mercenary forged by a lot of assassination, after which he was able to manipulate his shadows, hence his ultimate ability. I think ninjas like as a theme work really well because ninjas are kind of like assassins. That's why they also use traps and ambush people. So that's why he deals more damage when people are immobilized. Yeah, that's it. That's my presentation. I hope it was good. Oh, wait, did you guys see the presentation?
Yeah, we saw it. It was
Okay,
good.
thanks.
I think the trap thing is really interesting, like building a character who's
Yeah,
like trying to get behind the back line and place traps is like,
yeah, it's
yeah.
really interesting. Even like with her getting out to traps, that's I think a really unique thing, like porting with traps. So trap placement is even more skill expressive. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I like the traps being a setup for the user of the trap to like be nearby and capitalize on it is a good windowing. Or I guess we would say this in design, but like, sorry if we're using too much jargon that we use. Like, a lot of times traps, if there's really fire and forget, they can feel kind of like more frustrating for the victim than fun for the user. But since this character still has to like be nearby and is more about like engaging off those traps rather than the trap being like, the trap is the beginning of like a mini game that you're gonna jump in and beat them up, as opposed to like the end of the mini game. Congratulations, you did it, which is really cool. Like Jimo said, the idea of like flanking around the back line, putting down a trap, and then needing to stay like they need to hit the trap without knowing it's there, and you need to not get caught like while waiting for it and be able to jump on them like fast enough. Like that's a really cool pattern. There's a lot of kind of back when there were I don't never mind, I'm not gonna say it. I don't remember what iterations of Stalker people have actually played JMO, but there were versions that were like that. That was really cool.
I don't think anyone's played that version.
Okay. No, it's cool. Like that idea it has an interesting space. It's cool.
Yeah, I think the problem was like why I wanted to do a mid-range because like Stalker can be like frustrating to play a lot of the times because it's really dependent like on your skill level and on your skill expression. So I wanted to make a champ that's like easier for new people to get into like this fantasy of being able to play an assassin or a skirmisher who has to like kite around and then can immobilize when the trap placement is good. It's like kind of like Caitlyn where in League where you like the champ is good, but if you master trap placement, it becomes really incredible. So I think that's like what we what we wanted to get at.
Yeah, that's such a cool. That's a great call out. Like by nature of assassins kind of deleting people, they generally are forced to be like these really highly mechanically skill expressive characters. But there's a lot of people who want to engage with the like stalker brawl fantasy that don't want to click that hard. You know what I mean? And so moving the skill expression to the like steaking and stealthing and like watching your opponents intently and sneaking up on them is a really, really interesting way to take it. I think that's a really awesome idea.
If I'm allowed to, I had like two other design ideas. Like I don't have anything prepared because it was like too much to make like 3 characters. But a friend of mine helped me actually with the character, and we talked about a champ generating gold and being able to use gold as his abilities. I thought like that would be really interesting. And a champ not actually scaling with levels, but like with kills. I think the first 3 to 4 levels, like till his ultimate ability, were achieved through PvE, and then after he kills people, he can upgrade his abilities even more than 3 times, like maybe 4 times. I thought that would be maybe really interesting.
Yes,
yeah, I like, yeah.
Okay.
The gold one is
Alright,
interesting.
so
yeah, I like that a lot.
the next presentation is
then
another
I'll-
one of these that I have to present for them. I'm sorry if I am not the best at reading them, because I have not really read through them that much. So
You're doing great.
You're doing great. Yeah, thanks.
right, Bane, Master of Shadows. Bane, Master of Shadows, unleashed the darkness within. In the ancient kingdom shrouded in an impenetrable mist and steeped in mysterious legends, Bane was once known as Ben. Sorry. I don't know why that made me laugh. His duty was to protect the ancient forces of the Shadow World, transformation during a rare celestial alignment that thinned the walls between us. I'm sorry. Yeah, I should not be laughing. Oh, okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, Ben was corrupted by the dark forces behind the seals. He succumbed to the and can't stop. God damn it!
Amazing.
Ben is just such a funny name. All right.
Like bish.
Oh.
Sorry, go on, please.
With new terrifying powers and a transformed visage, he returned not as a protector but as a harbinger of death and fear. As Bane, he wielded the shadows like a weapon, manipulated them to sow chaos and fear across the lands. The same shadows that had once shielded him now served as conduits for his dark ambitions, allowing him to summon creatures from the Nether and cast spells of great power. Exile in return, feared and revealed for his newfound malevolence, Bane was banished in the wilderness of the Shadow Realm. He honed his abilities, mastering the dark arts that he had once vowed to protect against. Years later, Bane returned during the Night of Shadows, a dark event he once orchestrated to finally break the seals he once guarded. In the game, Bane serves as a dominant character bridging the line between hero and villain. Players can choose to follow a path of redemption, harnessing Bane's dark powers to protection and justice, or succumb to the Shadow's toll, unleashing its terror and corruption. His dynamic abilities reflect this duality, offering players versatility and morality, ambitious warrior who chooses their allegiance in whose ultimate allegiance is theirs to shape. This revised lore aims to provide a deeper understanding of Bane's character, enriching his role within the game with comparative narrative threats for players to explore. Bane, Aura of Death, passive. Bane animates a dark aura that continuously damages nearby enemies over time. The damage is intensified as the health decreases, making it especially lethal for weakened foes. Allies within the aura receive a slight healing effect that scales the numbers of nearby enemies. Soul Start, LMBE. Bane swings his siphon wide out to deal physical damage and magical damage. Enemies hit drop soul essences on the ground, which Omen tend to let to increase his movement speed to a short duration and heal a small amount. To let the essential essences also reduce the cooldown of his net E ability. I don't know if he has multiple names, so he probably just changed them, yeah. I don't know. Shadow Path Shift. Bane becomes a shadow, moving rapidly and passing through enemies and obstacles. He's invulnerable during this movement, leaves behind a trotted trail that damages enemies and slows any enemies that cross it. Soul Trap, RMBE. Ben throws a magical spear to create an invisible trap. When an enemy triggers a trap, they're immobilized and take additional damage over time. Bane also receives a small heal when the trap activates. Dusty Stroll, E. Bane summons Dusty Stroll that flies straight and explodes on impact, dealing area damage. Enemies hit are frightened and flee in the opposite direction, and they lose a portion of their maximum health for the duration of the fight. Reaper's Scythe. Bane channels dark energy into his scythe and performs a powerful swing, sending a wave of death in all directions. Enemies hit take massive damage and are cursed, receiving increased damage from all sources. That's it. Okay. Yes.
I like it. I like the idea of weaving like a morality narrative line into like going one direction or another. Kind of makes me think of some ways of like how Kane works in League. This idea
Yeah,
of like,
definitely.
leaning in one direction more than another, and like being kind of a character split in two different directions. Like that's a very cool idea. I mean, look, you don't have to. I'm whereas like JMO's ears perk up when you show the like ninja picture. As soon as you're talking about like ghosty sides and shit, I'm so there. So it's pretty sick.
Yes, I like the call out too of like the orbs, like creating things in the world that you pick up and play off of is pretty cool. But yeah, in general, I think Scythe is like a cool weapon that we haven't hit yet, and I've seen that one in a few of these. It's pretty interesting. Also, I might have to go after this one, so Bidbood might have to take over for me.
Yes, the cherry. It's alright. People always cherries.
But it's been great, you guys. I feel like there's so much quality in these that I'm just impressed. Like they've been amazing. I'll have to watch the rest of them when I get back.
Touch it. Alright, Alba did up here. You can walk up here yourself. I'm not gonna drag you. Alba? There we go.
What do you mean rip me, Potato? I'm here.
Yep, we didn't hear you.
Ah. Pick some up. Let's go. 1 second. Share my screen. Everyone see it?
Yep, we can see it, we can see it.
Cool. All right. Basically, I haven't been able to do this for a while. Last time I talked to Rex about it, so it's been 2 years or something. But new kit, motivation and goals. I really like the elemental kits we have right now: lightning, ice, fire, blah blah blah. So I wanted to add another one to that. I originally when I started playing this game, I really liked the old kit of Freeze, which had non-linear projectiles that basically like cardless cues. That I want because I kind of want to emulate that in a little bit in this one, and then I wanted to find a kit that wasn't strongest in mid-range encounters, which I feel like a lot of kits are. Even like Shrike and Huntress, who are considered like longer range, still really thrive in those mid-range encounters, like outside of Shrike passive range, but also not edge of map. So I wanted to find something that's like pushes the boundaries a little bit in that, and also, but also has some effectiveness in like close range, and to, like kind of invert the script and have like a really weak mid-range character. So what do I do? The Earth Monk. I'm thinking like thinking of like kind of like Toph, from Avatar, or perhaps Jotun from Theorycraft. Yeah, so I'm starting off with the passive. Basically, this will make more sense later on, but dealing damage with the abilities, will like build up a shield on the character, and cause like that shield will lead to having like rotating spikes around him, kind of like an Ace Hold W from League, um, or take your pick of like rotating sources of damage. Basically, then yeah, so dealing with damage, and then it breaks, the shield goes away, the spike damage goes away. This is like the core, and then so moving the LMB, which is like I think really when I try to design a kit, that's like my core ability that I try to build around. This one basically, you select a point on the map or like in your field of vision, and it causes like a spike to reach up from that position and spike out and deal damage to people caught in it. Basically, the idea is that you take away the linearity of skill shots. Like in every other hero at this point has like a skill shot that if you shoot it on a line, it's going to hit anything along that line. And this one doesn't do that. It only hits at the point of target, which I think is something that I find really interesting, and something that I think is that could be in this game, but also makes it a little bit harder to like play around, but also play with. It's kind of like a void LMB in that it goes through walls, but it's not as easy to hit because you have to like see where they are to hit it more like directly. Yeah, so I think that's pretty interesting. And then my idea to make it like incentivize longer range is have a static cast time. Um, Basically, so if you shoot it, 5 feet away, it's going to take the same amount of time to get there as it would if you shot it 50 feet away. And also have it so if it angles as you shoot it out farther. And so you might be able to clip more than one person if you shoot it longer range than if you shoot it shorter range. Just to like reduce like the range of the ability, like, just like yeah. Anyway, R&B. The idea is to have a like prevent from team fight threat and also like build off this like spike kind of ability. The idea is to shoot a little ball like a boulder that has some spikes on it, and when it impacts a wall, um, it spawns out a bunch of spikes on that wall in a small area. And so like that linger for a little bit and deal damage to people who hit him, who like walk into those spikes. Kind of like, it makes a spike wall but more aggressive, and that like the spikes are a bit longer. It's more on contact. It's not momentum based. But then like on friendly terrain construction, which we'll get to, if it hits it, it creates it around the whole wall instead of just having it on a section, which I think is just would make it kind of interesting. Like if you like even beyond just like his kit, which I'll get into, but also like freeze wall or like a wall, like a fortress soul wall, something like that. Um, Giving the ability to like grow out spikes and like turn that terrain to your advantage in a way that other characters can't is something that I think is pretty interesting to me. Um, then shift, it's pretty simple. I think you just if like it goes through walls, it's kind of like a void TV, but it's a more selfish ability. You just you blink, you teleport. I think this is not a team utility based thing. It's just a solo thing. You can increase this cast or you make the cast time much quicker. But then give it a long CD so that's harder to. You have to really be choosy when to do it, and you can punish them. I think long range kits need like some sort of like unique mobility to get to really survive, and like especially in in this meta SUPERVIVE where like there's a lot of like up close threats, a lot of fast moving threats. Giving them creative tools to get out of that is something that I think is important. Um, and then just to give it a little bit more flair, like I think getting it so that they either like dig through the ground or they teleport and like into like a bunch of like sandy mist or like sandy grains and like go to somewhere else and reform. Giving them a small lockout animation at that point of spawn, like at the destination point, makes it so you need to be a little more choosy with the teleport. Make them you need to be more cautious of when you use it, and because you might just like run into a different team and you can't use your abilities for a small point of time, so you might just die. I think that's just something that yeah, it's an ability that I think is interesting. I think it built out the kit. Obviously, we'll hear other people. And this is the E ability or like the Q ability. It's a wall. I think the idea of a static wall, non-moving wall, is cool to me. Nivea walls, it was one of the inspirations. May wall. I think freeze walls are very cool. Like it's a very cool ability, but also doesn't exactly capture the same kind of theming as like an earth wall. So it just holds the yeah, it holds the line basically. It's not as team friendly, but it's also a bit stronger, a bit tankier, a bit sturdier. And I think it gives off a very different dynamic than a freeze ability or Celeste wall would do. And then so Mar, I have two different ideas based off like technical capabilities. The first one is like an earthquake that kind of like since he's like an earth bender, earth monk, you can like he controls terrain, and so if you cast it in a zone and all the ground in that zone gets flattened and turned into like onto zero, like zero y-axis. So like abyss gets risen up, like high ground gets lowered, walls get lowered, and just like so it really like provides a lot of late game utility, a lot of like creative use. You might not choose to use it. You can use it outside of combat. The only problem I have is that I've come up with like technical. I don't know the tech. What is it called? Tech debt that this would require, or, like the impact it would have, because you have to make it so terrain can be edited in mid game in a way that you can't do that right now. But also I think as a really long range character, as characters get smaller or as like circles get smaller, you kind of need a reason to exist. Um, and so giving this as like a utility based, like transitioning the role from being a long range sniper into being like a utility based caster, controller kind of idea, is something that I think is really interesting and gives like a more long term game depth. Yeah. And the other one is just basically kind of turn into like a Huntress R, where you like empower your next three autos and they turn into like spikes that grow out in the ground. They like tumble along and like turn into spike walls that linger for a while. And when you get hit, like if you knock a person into them, it deals damage. And it kind of increases like AOE potential, team fight potential, and that you can hit multiple people with it more easily. You can like set up some more combos amongst your team. But yeah, this is like if the earthquake is like not viable or too strong or just too complicated, I think this is what I would be my second choice basically. And that's it. That's my thing.
Yo, that's fucking awesome. As a dev am very into the like, yeah, just focus on the LMBs and like really I really love stuff that has a lot of depth, that is both like really obvious and simple and intuitive, like geometric, and two, like adds a lot of micro depth to it. And the LMB I absolutely love. I think it's the word that we would use in design a lot for stuff like that, I think, is elegant, and I think it's really elegant. This idea of like, it's better at range the further out it is, which makes sense because it's a spike of rock and it would do that the further away. Like, it just works so well as an analogy and makes such interesting gameplay. I really love that. I also, people are calling in the chat, I really agree with this too, like more terrain abilities and stuff is really cool. Making the spike walls, I think, is really interesting. I like the idea of caring about whether it's like an ally thing or not. You know what I mean? So like, it works with your own wall, which is really cool. It works with if players are placing like placeable walls, which adds a lot of interesting like depth to those strategic choices. Just, I really love this is a really excellent interpretation of like a simple but like intuitive earthbender kind of fantasy. I think it works really cool, and it would work really interestingly in the map. You know what I mean? You'd want to play around, like, you wouldn't really want to be out in the middle of the desert, but that makes sense because you're an earthbender. You know what I mean? Like, it's very cool. I really like that a lot. Great job.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. I guess that's it. If you want to see questions or anything, let me know. I can explain it. But yeah, bye bye.
Alright, let's do the hot up here.
Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna present my character. They're very cool. Let me get the screen sharing.
Wait, did we miss someone? Sorry, I'm double checking.
Wait a minute, I think.
It's Misfit. No.
Okay,
it's
okay.
not
Sorry.
Jane.
Is it?
It is Misfit.
Do you want to, Misfit? Do you mind just
No,
going after?
no. So Major swapped with earlier, and then Hot was asked if you to take the spot of Major because there was an empty spot.
Can you all guys see that there's me?
Oh, sure. Okay. Miss, do you mind going after this one? Is that fine? And then I just want to make sure that we don't accidentally miss anyone.
Yeah, it's okay.
Cool. Okay, sweet. I don't see it. It's giving me the spinnies. Can you try relaunching it? Just go.
Okay.
No worries.
Yeah, no worries.
Let me get it. Is it working? And can you guys see the black screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, so I'm going to my character. I made a video. It's kind of short, but it's a good resume of what he does. And he's a very nice character. I'm going to pause sometimes in the video to read aloud the text, but there will be visual and animated explanations for what's abilities do. I'll play now. Yes, that's my character. His name is the Jack. The Jack is an auto-attack empowering assassin with a variety of options and usages and abilities. He alternates between attacks to keep his enemies always guessing, and he has a versatile neutral game and flexible options in the fight. Yeah, let's get started. Jack's basic attack is his juggling balls, like those balls the count keeps juggling. It's a medium-range semi-automatic projectile. The ball returns upon hitting an enemy. Damage others counter return bad. You guys will see how it works here. It's supposed to be a very weak and slow attack intentionally. The Jack can charge his enemy between power its next 4 uses by holding the fire button. As you can see, his attacks are empowered. They are not fast and still but deal weak damage. Also, they bounce around on surfaces. Here's the ability. His dash is the first ability. It's called Hatchet Attack. He performs a spin with his hatchet forward, like doing a spin, and it deals damage. It also replaces his attacks. He will switch his current weapon, which is juggling balls, choose his hatchet instead as his LB. His empower needs to be another new attack. The empowered autos become slow melee attacks, which replace his juggling balls. Also, when the time he uses hatchet over, he gets a new ability. He's throwing his hatchet now. After the duration ends, he can recast shift to throw his hatchet as a projectile to damage enemies, but he'll lose it in the process, so he will get his juggling balls again as his weapon. Now we're going to see his other ability. His first. It's called Force Play. The Jack hops his cycle, getting increased movement speed and doing spell dash forward, and that's for some seconds. After it's over, the Jack loses it and the cycle explodes. Sending it forward like a projectile. When he does that, he will equip his new weapons. His juggling clubs. It's empowered. He can only use them twice when he attacks. He uses that to engage my enemies after using his movement ability. You will see what it does. It does a lot of back here, so he can close the gap and kill enemies. After that, the Jack can recast his ability to throw the clubs forward, but they come back to him like a boomerang, instead of just throwing it far away like his hatchet, and he loses it again. So the next weapon he will keep is the juggling balls. He has now a second ability. It's the pie. The Jack throws his void corrupted pie to enemies to damage, slow, and reveal the enemies to him. Or whatever. After that, the Jack, if he's within the range of the enemy affected by the pie, he can recast his ability to dash towards them to close the gap again because he's an assassin. After dashing, the Jack's next attack is empowered for a single use. It's a single strike. His next attack becomes a devastating honk, a growing area of effect all around him. It's like a circle. The auto damage enemies and is very good for teamfight engages. Now I'm going to show his other ability the Jack has. Knife Party. Like a party trick, the Jack unleashes a volley of knives all around him in synchronous motion and he spins. And he becomes invisible during cast. knives stick to hit targets, surface to deal dig damage. After a while, they come back to the jack, dealing damage on return. His autos are empowered to attack with his knives, which are fast, close-range melee attacks. They stack ticks of damage on hit and can be thrown as projectiles if charged. The knives also replace his current weapon, the juggling balls. This means he will attack with knives instead. Now, that we know his key attack, the passive ability comes next. Whenever the jack attacks an enemy with a weapon, he applies a mark on enemy's hit. Here's the mark. To detonate it, he must strike the enemy again with a different weapon he kept. That means if he can detonate a mark with the same weapon he used. The mark detonates, dealing a single burst of damage over time when the target hits. And to end this presentation, we go through a quick look at the Jack store. It's a bit fun. Jack, little Jack died, was a clown. He was working for his circuit. It was the British one of life. One day, his 23 company decided to open a show in the Skylands for circus to perform. During this time, little Jack was lost after the opening night ended of the show. Then he found something strange and gazed upon his eye. Torment with voices and visions, whispers. Little Jack disappeared one day. The visions saw corrupted him. At the last night of the show, many had gathered to watch the grand finale. Little Jack was there, standing above all of them. They were very confused. And what a spectacle it was when one lived to witness it. When the flames engulfed them, nothing mattered anymore. The Jack was devoted to his lords. In the night, the beast appeared, coming from the meteors of the sky, bringing disaster. That's a reference to the kaiju meteors in the Skylands. He never sleeps, and he's never alone. Thanks for watching. I hope you all like the Jack is so cool. Now bye. I guess that's the end.
Nice, I loved it. That's all, thanks for all the animations and stuff. That was very funny. I really like the pattern of like different moves switching up your LMB to these different weapons and then needing to swap between the like them having different effects and then having the sort of global effect of hitting with different weapons detonating to sort of force you to keep mixing it up is really really cool. That sort of like Aphelios is a touch point in League, I guess, in some ways, but like there's a really compelling depth to like not just what ability am I going to use based on what is the screen showing me right now, but what ability should I use based on like what is the follow-up attack I'm going to be able to use by like limiting what attack you have to an ability you use that like ties all of your offensive actions to all of your like mobility and defensive and utility stuff in a way that's really interesting.
Yeah, thank you for the comments.
Thanks so much.
I just have a question. Does the explosion happens in game 2? Is that like real explosions or are they just funny visuals?
Yeah, like funny visual.
No.
Okay, okay.
Explosion. The unicycle exploded. I remember there were some explosions in there.
Yeah, it sends the unicycle to explode.
Alright, thank you for the presentation. That's very nice.
Bye. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome.
1 second.
Yep, nice.
There it is. I had to enable hardware acceleration to make this better. And great. All right, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yep. I think okay. I'm gonna have some music on in the background. Please, someone tell me, like in chat, if it's too loud. I don't think it is, but yeah. Anyways, really excited about this. This is a character I've been kind of toying around with, like in my brain for a long time, and this gave me the kind of push to actually put it together. I've got a lot to get through, so I'm gonna try and get through it quickly. This is a multimedia presentation. I've got this across 3 monitors, like 2 or 3 programs. It's gonna be cool. Anyways, let's go. That time I got reincarnated as a slime in SUPERVIVE, or how I learned to stop worrying and love the blob. Alright, so, disclaimer, I am not an artist. This would need a lot of playtesting. All the numbers are frankly not there at the moment, so subject to change. If I say champ, I mean hunter. I am bad at naming things, so this is just a work of like in the meantime, that's what I'm calling them. And lore and visuals, not really my thing. I'm very like make the kit first. I have a tiny bit of lore, but it doesn't matter all that much. All right, going forward. What I wanted to do set out was design a mosquito hunter, the type that was really, really fast, had low damage, just kind of goes around the battlefield very quickly, and like annoys people to death. Not a ton of damage, except for when she's like kind of has the one big strong like moment, if that makes sense. Sorry, my audio's freaking out. Anyways, I wanted to avoid traditional dashes. Now, there's a lot of mobility in SUPERVIVE, but there's a difference in my mind between being mobile and going fast. Shiv has a ton of dashes, very mobile, does not go fast. Characters that go fast are like Lucio from Overwatch, or I don't know, Udyr from League of Legends, or the old Skarner, not the new shitty rework. I wanted to avoid cooldown-centric gameplay, not that she doesn't have cooldowns, but that like Kingpin is a very good example of very cooldown centric, where he does his like one big combo, and then when it's down, he kind of can't do much. I really like more passive oriented gameplay, like the passive, not passive versus active, where you're constantly doing something, setting something up. I wanted it to be easy to understand in terms of like looking at it, like from a viewer's perspective or an opponent's perspective. It's easy to know what's happening, but as a player, I wanted to have very high skill ceiling, very, very in-depth kit that really relies more on movement and creativity and using terrain than just like pure like aiming, right? Like Strike very much is about like how much can you aim, right? Anyway, simple to understand, complex to pilot. Problems and constraints with this type of thing. Movement speed makes you hard to hit. That becomes really overpowered or very irritating to play against. In a game like League, you have auto attacks. In a game like Overwatch, you've got a whole bunch of AoE auto lock-on hard CC. In SUPERVIVE, you don't. So that's a problem. Ways you can solve that would be forcing a choice between going fast or doing damage, or you could require your high movement utilization, so you have to use like all of your kit really, really well to get full access to your damage. I think that movement can be stronger if you don't have perfect control over it. If it forces you to commit to options that can be predictable, can be understood where you're going to end up, that creates opportunities for counterplay from opponents. Similar to like in an FPS. In an FPS, when someone's like spam jumping, not counting Overwatch because they have ridiculous air control, but most FPSs, if someone's spam jumping, you know where they're going to land just by their trajectory, so you can learn to aim against that. Okay, so what is my hunter? So basically, to use like some references, we've got Juno from Omega Strikers, plus Lucio, plus like Splatoon as a vibe. Now you might be saying, wow, you're just copying other character designs. I love this meme. And to that I would say, no. SUPERVIVE has unique hunter designs that would never take inspiration from anything else. Designs such as edgy guy with gun, who has a nuke, who is named Ghost. Secondly, we've got girl with glowy hair, with a bow and arrow who wears green, and my personal favorite, Doomfist from White Chicks. So in that spirit, I present Blue, the legally distinct slime girl. All right, so what does exactly she do? This I couldn't get it to play it right, so I'm gonna do this as a quick example.
Go get him, boy.
She do that. There we go. Oh, shoot, my whole thing just ruined. How do you... Oh no, technical difficulties, I'm sorry. I didn't know that would happen. Display setting, swap. Sorry,
this is secretly the devs' revenge. They just made you that difficulties.
Okay, boom, there we go, yada yada. Okay, there we go. All right. So her passive is Goop. She, much like Splatoon, basically applies Goop in that sort of ink style to pretty much everything she touches. Now I'll refer to the concept document because I am not retyping all of it. I went a little hard with it. There we go. All right. Zoom in. Can everyone see this?
Yes.
Cool. Yep. All right, her passive, Goop. Now, Goop can be applied to enemies and terrain. It is applied by, where is it? Applied by, it's a debuff. It is applied by her empowered LMB, her RMB, her ult, and by physical contact. You want to run up and you want to hug your enemies. She can, as I said, apply it on terrain. The effect on terrain is pretty much nothing for her except for the visual of having ink. But her allies can dash into Goop for a bounce with high speed and momentum and maintain their own air control. This allows her to create bounce paths for her team. She can go engage. She can engage. Now, how exactly does she does that? Where is it? All right, so Blue can bounce off terrain if she collides at it at high speed. Her velocity will increase every subsequent bounce. This is specifically when she's in slime form, which I will get to later. Now, Goop also has some passive effects. When someone is gooped, Blue will gain move speed per enemy affected by Goop, and then her LMB, the only thing that doesn't apply it, will actually not a huge AoE, but enough. It is really important to note that Goop doesn't do anything negative to your opponents. It's not a dot. It doesn't slow them. They're just colorful, and it more empowers you. It's important to her power budget that she not have a whole bunch of debuffs. Her RMB, or her first ability, is, I don't have a name for it. I've been calling it Blobble. She throws out a slime blob, very, very similar to Juno's ability. It's a line skill shot fast. It collides with enemies and or terrain. And she gets a cooldown reduction for this when she consumes her goop. Now, what's different about this is that they aren't like little minions like Juno's. She's basically creating terrain. Now, enemies, it's not terrain for enemies. Enemies can walk through this. It will apply goop to them and it will slow them, but again, no damage. However, for her, she can dash into these to enter blobbles and then use them sort of like a cannon or a slingshot, ejecting herself in a chosen direction. It will force you to eject quickly after entry. You can go any direction. You can't just sit in there at pretty high speed. And most importantly, it preserves your current velocity if it is higher than the base launch velocity. Entering a blobble will activate your slime form, which is her left shift. Slime form, haha. It's a dash with charges similar to Bishop. It resets a charge on every 2 bounces, and what that means is that you have to, in the single use of shift, you have to hit a wall, bounce off of it, then hit another wall, and then that will give you 1 charge back. Not all charges at the same time. She would need to be able to see her own bounce trajectory. There we go. At the little aiming arrow that everybody has, she would have sort of an 8-ball pool style thing where it shows her where she would go if she bounced off of the surface. Slime form. She turns into slime, dashing forwards with high speed and momentum, ignoring all friction while in slime form. She cannot turn. I thought about maybe she could turn like really slowly, like Scion ults levels of not much control, but probably no turning at all. Lasts for 2.5 seconds. The duration is refreshed by colliding with a terrain or enemies, or passing through them since you don't actually collide. She's ghosted, to use a league term. You can jump out of slime form to end the duration early if you so choose. Slime form can pass through enemies, but not placeable items. Not a chonker cannon, not oath shield, not anything like that that's an interactable type of thing. Also, any damage will knock blue out of slime form, very similar to Myth. Boop, boop, boop. All right, her ability 3. This is her main damage ability, overhead kick. If anybody watches My Hero Academia, I realized this after I thought of this. It's kind of like the Manchester Smash. It is a very short range or melee ability that deals damage based on Blue's current velocity. If she is that going very fast, it will completely end the velocity on hitting not terrain, but a player or a boss, a mob, a minion, something like that. And it'll do damage. Hitting terrain or nothing will send her slightly airborne, allowing her to go up vertical levels. This spikes enemies over the abyss. It has pretty much not much utility, but a small slow on hit just so she can follow up. Now this is her main damage ability. It is her one thing that can possibly get to crazy amounts of damage because she is going to have to bounce off of minimum 3 walls to reach max potential and then angle that into an enemy team and hit this and time it right to do the max damage. This is a difficult to use ability, but has a potential very high upside. If you kill someone with it, you spawn a blobble immediately right on top of the slain enemy, which that means then you can use that to launch yourself out. I want it to have high AP scaling plus a % damage for velocity. Maybe also you could have an execution percentage that scales with velocity. I don't know. Think sort of, Deku from My Hero punching the robot or the Manchester Smash. It is technically an AoE. It's not a very big one. If 2 people are literally standing on top of each other, then cool, you can hit both of them. If not, then probably you're going to just hit one of them, which is intended. Okay, her ultimate is the Corrosive Slime Bomb. I'm not entirely sure how I want this. It could be a skill shot. It could be like a Zigzolt where it throws it over long range. I was even thinking maybe she has to plant it on somebody like Snake C4 from Smash Brothers, if anyone plays that, where she has to get in and then explode it. It applies goop to all enemies in a pretty wide radius. It does heavy damage over time. And most importantly, it will spawn. This is per level, so at level 1, it'll spawn 2 plus 1, and then 3 plus 1 at level 2. Blobbles per enemy hit. They spawn behind the enemy relative to blue. So that means that she can pop this ult to throw it in, spawn a bunch of terrain that then she can use to bounce off of. She is, as I think you probably saw earlier, she's kind of like a pinball hero. She wants to go fast. She wants to get in very, very close, do chunk damage, and then get the fuck out. She is not a DPS over time, and she's going to be very, very hard to hit, or excuse me, hard to kill. Okay, going back over to the slide. There we go. Gameplay pattern. You want to apply her goop from range, use that move speed to gap close. You consume the goop for chunk damage and then leave. Again, she doesn't have damage over time. You want to set up a bouncy house. Part of the reason that I'm was saying like, yeah, she can have such insane mobility is one because she can't control it perfectly. She is like forced to go on certain angles depending on like how she hit the wall, but also because with the blobbles, she's basically setting up terrain and sort of an arena that she becomes stronger as time goes on in just by virtue of having more avenues for movement. Easy counterplay to that is leave, walk away. There's a lot of places to walk away. And so, she would have to, set up again. That takes time. You go for the kill using her kit, or excuse me, using her kick, using geometry and speed for violence against mankind, get the big finishing kick off, and then get the hell out, and you run from the law. Helpful visuals. This is sort of an aiming visualizer that I thought, pretend like this is a wall. I want to be able to see where she would go. Lore / skin idea / vibes. I thought it would be a cool idea. Like you could just make Slime Girl generic, but I thought of like a Ghostbusters / Luigi's Mansion type of deal where instead of sucking up the ectoplasm, she is the ectoplasm that has like decided to go ghost hunting so she could have like a vacuum type of deal, and she's shooting out her own ectoplasm and then taking it back as like her main damage pattern. Also, this is from Ghostbusters 2. She could look something like this in that like hot, probably lesbian, very hot. And moving forward, this is my cat. His name is Silco. Like from Arcane, tell me you don't see the resemblance. The end. Doofus will return in the next Avengers.
Very, very good. That was very enjoyable. Thank you. I really like. I mean, I don't know if you play Battle Royale. It gives me some of the
I
like
have.
Destiny old vibes. Thinking about her like a ball form bouncing around and stuff. I like the idea of like building terrain and then bouncing around. I think the call out you made of like you want not like you want fast, not mobile. There's a difference between those two. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? You
huge
want
difference.
speed even at the cost of agency, which is like very interesting and cool. I like the idea of like it all being this planned out thing, which if it's super like deterministic, it's one of those things where it's like both players can kind of see it. So the counterplay is like learn how to see the bounces the same way that the person who uses it sees the bounces, which is pretty like cool and interesting. It's fun when you're asking both the enemy and the player to like make the same skill check. It's the sort of Vel'Koz geometry thing,
Yeah.
which is really cool. I like the idea also of like the damage being dependent on speed. I think that's pretty cool to tie in with like you're making all these sacrifices to get to the point where you're allowed to have high speed, and then tying it all to that as damage is a smart way
It's
to like tie
something
a
that
bow on it.
it's something that I've always wanted. I was a hardcore Lucio one trick for a very long time. And the play pattern with Lucio is frequently like the iconic one is like, you're having some crazy rollout, getting high and going fast, like high up in the air and then going fast, and then jumping on a Widow at Mach 5 and like bursting her down with like, burst fire headshots and a punch. And I always was like, how cool would it be if Lucio did more damage the faster he went, so he
Yeah.
could like do that and then just like wallop somebody. And so that's kind of where this is coming from. There's been a lot of wall running, like that's been done before. Mirror's Edge, Brink, Overwatch. Never seen wall bouncing, and I think that with how much agency SUPERVIVE gives you, where you can actually put stuff down like walls and create terrain, I think it's a really, really cool sandbox to explore the idea. And also, Slime Girl waifu can sell skins like fucking anything. So
I mean, listen, Myth kind of has slime hair, and nobody is talking about it.
No, it's talking about it.
anyways, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry,
Yep,
fixing it.
presentation. Go, Mr. Red.
Welcome, welcome. We can't hear you.
It's loading. I don't know if he is. He's presenting a video, so he might not be saying anything. No?
Some audio issues, maybe. Oh, I thought I heard something from.
Hello, can you hear
Hello,
me?
Oh, there.
hello.
Hello, hello.
Let's go.
We can hear you now.
I'll share my screen. I have a video.
Yep.
But first, let's make a quick test.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Just in case. Let me know if you can hear it.
Oh!
You heard it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I heard it.
And let's go for the video. Sorry for that.
Why is it relevant?
Okay. Now sit back and enjoy.
You have probably heard about our plans to expand our empire, right? You know, the ones related to the Skylands? I'm aware, sir. Then you also may know about the atrocities committed by those giants! Yes, sir. Whew. For so long, we have tried to take territory for ourselves, and yet those giants manage to overpower our troops every time. Fortunately, our technology is beyond advanced. Our engineers have come up with the best countermeasure the world has ever seen. You are the best pilot I know, so I entrust you with the best machine ever seen. Behold! The pinnacle of technology. Though, this machine is nothing like all of the airplanes you have flown in your career. The engineers advised me to show you a presentation so that you can get acquainted with your new toy. The airship uses the 3-key control tech to dominate the skies. This means that you have to press W to propel your ship forwards, and you press A and D to turn left and right respectively. So, if you want to turn right, you'll have to press D until your ship is pointing towards your desired direction, and then you press W to move. Unlike those giants, your ship is able to traverse the abyss and into another height level without jumping or gliding. Exquisite, isn't it? To fire the BFM, you press the left mouse button. This will toggle it to fire a constant barrage of bullets towards the front of the ship. So make sure to use those A and D keys to land your shots. If you press the S key, your BFM will shoot a high explosive anti-tank round, which deals way more damage than your typical rounds. So make sure your ship is pointing towards the enemy to make every shot count. The scientists found a new kind of fuel during our prior expeditions. The giants call it glider fuel, and they use it to power their glider. Since we don't use gliders, our engineers found a way to harness the fuel's power and use it to reach Mach speed. By pressing the space key, you'll start burning glider fuel to gain a lot of speed. But be careful, your airship will become very unstable, so you won't be able to shoot anything. And if you get hit, your ship will come crashing down. So make sure to use it sparingly during confrontation. As you can see, the airship is equipped with a movable cannon that lets you shoot at whatever direction you are aiming at, unlike the BFM, which can only shoot forwards. You'll have two types of ammo to shoot through the cannon. When pressing the right mouse button, you'll fire a homing missile that will fly towards your cursor. You can slowly change the missile's trajectory by aiming towards the position you want it to go. And then, with your Q key, you launch a mortar shot that will devastate the ground it lands on, and leave it engulfed in fire for a short period. Your ship is equipped with our latest AI companion, capable of performing the maneuver every pilot knows by heart, with just a press of a button. If you press shift, you'll perform a barrel roll, moving your ship towards the direction you are turning. But wait, have you noticed? There's a shine when your ship is upside down. This is a sign for you to shoot your anti-tank round or your homing missile. If you do, your enemies will not only be damaged by the projectile, but also by how sick that shot was. So you'll deal more damage overall. But that's not all. You see, if you fire a mortar shot, you'll propel yourself upwards, letting you reach new heights you wouldn't be able to reach normally. Now, the dreaded R key. This will overclock the airship system, empowering your next damaging ability. Overclocking the homing missile will shoot out 4 more rockets. Don't ask me how you are able to fire 5 rockets at the same time. If you weren't convinced about the potency of this machine, then I hope this fact settles it. Overclocking the mortar shot will lead to the projectile leaving behind a trail of fire. Last but not least, overclocking your anti-tank ammo will generate a bigger explosion on impact. This may catch more enemies off guard. I'm sure this baby will be able to defeat everyone without any problems, especially with our best pilot handling it. But let's say that you won't win, that your only option is to keep fighting, disregarding your life and the 200 plus combined years of experience it took to build this machine. In that case, you can always press the R key again. This will turn your ship into a nuclear bomb, capable of erasing anyone inside without leaving a trace of them ever existing. And by them, I mean you too. So make sure you take everyone down to hell with you. Is everything understood, pilot? Yes, sir, yes! Then get ready. We need to teach those giants what happens when you antagonize our empire. I'll make sure they'll pay for what they've done to us, sir. Well said, pilot. Now hop on that thing and go after them. No need to say it twice, sir.
So yeah.
Yo, that was insane. Okay, okay. That was so
I have
creative. No, go
I
ahead,
have
please.
some more pictures to show meanwhile
Yeah.
while we talk. Here. We can talk during this. This is just to show something more on the background.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, I love this. No, oh my god, it's so creative. The idea of just like, you're not even playing as a normal character. You're a little thing controlling a little, almost like arcade Galaga ship flying around to fight
Yeah.
everyone else is so unique and cool. It's so creative. I love that idea of like it also like just the idea of like it fundamentally changes all your control scheme and everything is so interesting and cool. Oh my god, I absolutely love it. And then obviously just the treat of getting to to learn the kit through the training video of the pilot is so fucking good. Oh my god, incredible.
I'm
There's
glad
so
you
much
like.
art. Actually looks like like those videos where you see the devs progresses after like a year of working on a turret with like all the concept art. This looks like that. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, so
It's so
basically
much put in a
the
week.
idea of the character, like if you would ask me for a pitch, it would be like, what if I could turn SUPERVIVE into an arcade game? One of those shoot 'em ups you would typically
Yeah.
find on the arcade. That's basically the idea.
That's so awesome. I absolutely love that. How creative.
So yeah, that's basically it. There's nothing more I can show. This is I have here the main game I took
Oh,
inspiration
yep.
from.
It's a great game.
So if
That's a great
anyone is
game.
interested, I recommend highly this game. So yeah,
That's
that's
awesome.
it. I
Thank you
hope
so
you
much.
guys liked it.
Oh, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you for joining the event. Glad to have you.
Maybe if I wanted to upload the video on YouTube, where should I share it?
I mean, we have the community hub in this channel just for sharing content. You can just share it there. That's the
Ah.
thing where you share YouTube videos always. And then we'll probably be put in the
Thank
to
you
pick
for
up
listening.
afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening. Bye bye.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
You're welcome.
Doodoo. Hello.
Normally, I think it should be good. Can you guys speak one sec? So I can... Yeah, yeah. Hi everybody, and welcome to my presentation of Nei Alo, Guardian of the Ancient Beasts. So, what I wanted to do is to shape a new type of supports, which is based about totems. I wanted to take like a game design perspective on like how to balance the supports and like not having two shipper hunters which do like 5 different type of passive in a single ability, and to be like, if I needed to ship a new type of supports, to balance it in order to like fit in the game. And also fill the roster with a different kind of hunter, which here is a totem hunter. Because the main thing about this hunter is playing positional and setups. And also I wanted to like build the supports with like taking a reference here and there from different type of games, but without copying, of course. So here is a complete lore. We are like a bit late on the whole presentation overall, so I will not read it. But basically, he is the guardian of an ancient beast, and Nei Alo is a title, not his name. Nei Alo is the title of the guardian that is protecting the sanctuary of the beast. Here is a type. Here is a sketch of the beast. She's basically like multiple antlers with his powers, which is in a sphere shape. And so the weapon he used, which is a boomerang type weapon, and the totems are made from the magic antlers of the ancient beast. And so basically, when he made a contract with the beast, he is able to shape the boomerang and the totems however he like, thanks to the contract with the beast and the fact that the antlers are magic, basically. So for his kit, like I said, he's support totem based. So for his LMB, he just tap it to send it and he get it back, think off LMB. But when he hold it, he send the boomerang to its closer enemy, and if another enemy is close to him, it rebounds. So that way you can have multiple boomerangs that are going in a row. On the left is a concept of how the boomerang looks like. So basically it's a boomerang with some antlers here and there to remind the beast. And here is the mask that he's wearing, because each guardian have the mask and clothes from the older guardians that are linked to them when they become a guardian, basically. And so his first ability, the RNB, spawns a totem that heals the allies around it in a sickle AoE. And if you reactivate it, it becomes an anti-heal AoE for the enemies. You can only activate it once, so basically when you spawn the totem, the allies around it can get heals, but when you reactivate it in order to, for example, the enemies are charging and there is the needed to put front heal on them, then you can reactivate it, but you can't reactivate it again to like become another healing. When you reactivate it, when you activate the until, you can't go back. And the E is another totem, which is above damage dealt in AoE, and when you activate it, it decreases the damage taken from the enemy. Same as the other one. When you put it, it's above damage dealt, but when you reactivate it, it becomes a decreased damage for the enemy, but you can't reactivate it again. So here are some ideas I had from the totems compared to the other. Wait one sec. Okay, here is, for example, a heart shape, and the sphere from the Guardian Beasts. I wanted to think about how in game you could see it quickly wherever you are the ally or the enemy of Nei Alo, to see which type of totem is currently activate and which totem between the heal and the buff totem is. So that's why you can see like different shapes. And here, for example, I didn't have the time, unfortunately, to do the VFX of the hunter, but it will come normally during next week. And for example, for this AoE, on the side of the AoE all around it, it becomes like plus shape because it's for heal, and for the damage buff, it's basically arrows that go up and down depending of if it's decreased damage or buff damage dealt. And so you can see them too on the totem, and each totem have different colors. That way, it's easier to see which one is currently active. Dash is what I thought about the most because, as you can see, the Halo doesn't do really that much of a damage. It's more of a positional base and setups. And so the dash is basically all the things that you need to think about when you're playing the character, because when you are dashing inside of a totem, inside the range of a totem, your next LMB become enhanced depending on the totem where you are. If you're in the heal totem, it becomes the next LMB that you are using. It will heal for both you and the closest ally with a small percent of HP. If it's an anti-heal totem, your next LMB will apply anti-heal to the next enemy, even if you are not, even if you are outside of the totem AoE range. Basically, you will see it after, but like when you are dashing in the AoE of the totem, it keeps the effects until the next LMB, so you can stack them. If you are using it in the buff totem, your next LMB is even more enhanced, and you gain a small bonus of movement speed. And if it's debuff, then your next LMB hard slow the enemy. I basically put it a hard slow because it's a support that don't have any stuns or slow except the LMB. So that's why basically for this LMB in particular, I wanted to be really like hard for the enemy, because that's basically its only way to do controls except for the totems. All of them can be stacked to be used till the next LMB, and for the ultimate that you will see in a second, you can have the 4 LMBs that do the effect all at once if you control your positions perfectly. And for the ultimate, enhanced by the divinity, all totems do both buff and debuff, and can do repositioned once, plus enchanted LMB. So basically, when you use your ultimate, the totem use both the heal and anti-heal and both buff and debuff at the same time, and you gain your enchanted and your LMB is enchanted. So basically, you do more damage and you have a burn effect. Something that is really important, and that is the whole kit of the character, is the totems have HP and can be destroyed. And you can repair the totems if they are destroyed, only once if you are not under your ultimate, and indefinitely if you are under your ultimate. Or you can pick them up to reduce the CD of the spells, because when you place the totems, they have quite a long cooldown, and when you repair them, the passive is on cooldown, so you can't repair or pick them up again. You need to wait a bit. Also, if you are too far from your totem, they deactivate and can't be repaired if they are destroyed. So the whole idea of the characters is setups and to prepare a fight and wait for the enemy to either engage or you engaging. And if you are engaging, so you need to reposition your totems and think about how you want to approach the fight in order to have the best way to win the game, basically. And I think that's it. I presented this this hunter because I had like 3 other hunters that I wanted to present, which one of them was a support healer type, support water type hunter. But as you can see, there were a lot of them tonight, and I'm just waiting for the next event to show them to you all. Thank you for coming.
This is awesome. Oh, I really love it. I'm gonna use the word elegant again. I think the totems having like 2 modes isn't like too much complexity, very simple to understand, and then the reactivation moment, like you're taking something that is generally like a more, I guess, like positional passive play style, and kind of adding enough actions to speed it up into sort of SUPERVIVE speed, which is something that like is always something we struggle with sometimes. Taking kind of like other RPG kits is like, oh, they're not like fast enough for this wicked fast game, but like having all these different actions about when you switch the totem, you're like making these decisions, and they're really impactful because the cooldown and the like windowing on them is very like restricted. But I think that that's really interesting and cool, because like there's a lot of skill expression without necessarily a lot of APM. You know what I mean? Which is like really excellent for like a supportive kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
character, I think that's really perfect. I think like the ult really fits into it all really well, perfect. Where it's like, oh, you just get both of them. That's awesome. I really love. There's like this little or like this little mirrored nature between the healing anti-heal and the like damage buff debuff one, which is cool. Where like the healing one starts off very defensively protective minded, and then when you reactivate it, it becomes more offensive by switching to the anti-heal. And then it's the inverse with the debuff one, where it starts off very offensively minded, which is the damage buff,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then turns more protective defensively minded, which is cool because you can kind of put them both down and have the offensive side and the defensive side and then switch them, which just lets your team kind of bounce between locations. I don't know. It's just like I can imagine a lot of depth without needing to press a lot of buttons, which is
Yeah,
like a
yeah,
really awesome
that's
base for
really what I wanted to like have a really like high skill characters depending on how you place it. For example, I think that something that is really interesting about the character is, for example, it's quite easy to understand because, as you said, there are two modes. But the whole thing about like placing totems and like reposition them depending on like if you are getting third party, fourth party, and thinking about okay, I need to reposition my totems before they are getting repairs, before they are getting destroyed, and then I need to commit in order to replace my totem because I don't think I wrote it down there, but if you repair your totems, you need to be close to them and you are basically vulnerable. So like you have this whole type of thing of like, oh, I need to reposition my totems because else I like my kit is really kind of weak and stuff. And since my hunter doesn't deal that much damage, I saw the post on Twitter from Scrambled about the whole thought that you guys have when you are doing dashes. And that's why like I really enhance about like, okay, I need to think through my dashes and what I want to like have something unique about it, which are the whole thing about the totems and stuff.
Yeah, I like the dash light too because it lets you take something that is a very like passive positional game and then still throw that power outwards. So you don't like run out of action. You're not like out of actions as soon as your totems are on cooldown and no one's in the circles. You can still like engage with it by using the dashes and like throwing it with an attack and stuff. With
Yeah,
L1B, that's really cool.
yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for joining. I'm glad so many people participate in the event, even if it does mean that we have like a little bit of a delay in a lot of events, but it's fun. It's nice.
No worries. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you all for coming. Hello, welcome,
Yeah.
welcome.
Thank you for joining.
Hello, may I step in? Let me begin this here. So my time has come. I was the last on the list, but turns out there is a last after the last, or even after, like Marvel movie. But anyway.
Yeah, there's two more after you. Nintendo and
Yeah.
Ash.
Let's do this then. First, good day, good night, or end game for everybody. I am Vigupa, and let's kick things in with my presentation. First, there are some PS notes, more just to say that I use some images from many places. No AI because I don't like, and there are some lore stretches because I like lore and stories and all. So yeah. Also, I'm bad with numbers, and this is my presentation will be in 2x speed because the time limit exists within us, so I write a lot, and yeah. That being said, attention, there are high levels of cringe, memes, and voices from an insane mind in the content ahead. Proceed with caution. You've been warned. Directly from Brazil. Sorry about English, XD. Something never seen before. I mean, it's my first time, so yeah. Vigupras present Magnum Opus Scam Supervive Character Dream by me, Vigupa, and the voice in my head. Why there's a scam there? I can't get this out. Magnum Opus Supervive Character Dream. Yes, this is my Magnum Opus. And y'all will see, because first, we'll have to talk about the multiverse. The lore. Lore is something I really care about. So I made a kind of a concept for the universe.
The concept of a universe is large that can defy any rule or understanding that one can have about existence. If ants are tiny for human beings, what are them for whole galaxies? Nevertheless, they have all plenty of other things to fill their minds. Models have indeed fascinating. They do all do they can survive, but they can lose all their reasoning for the pleasure of lust, creating concepts of good and evil and becoming the reason of the death of their own kind. They're all indeed very fascinating. But anyway, let's talk about Supervive. Supervive, her story time begins, is a complicated reality where many different living beings converge into a whole world that verge of destruction, or at least it's what we can see for now because we don't have the law. A storm that wipes away the life of many with any piece of hope that one could have. But even so, they keep trying to survive at any cost, even if it means fighting against their own. What is this? How did they get here? Is this some comedy show of a mad god? Most of them don't know the answer for that, but they do have their own agenda, and they will sure make it count. Only one thing is absolute: they will do their best in coming alive at the end. What the heck is that? So, our character is Noxtero, the one that we'll be talking about today. This character is inclusive. About the Kevin homeschool Diana character, yeah, it quite matches them. I, I saw this and I was really in my mind thinking, wow, that's funny, huh? But anyway, uh, this character is the same race as Eluna because I wanted to give it a race in the world, like lore, like again, you know. So Eluna is a Lunarian, like people of the moon, and Eluna, people have this Lunarian thing, you know. Noxterra is an ethereal being because they ascended. It's most what I want to show up here. So the appearance of Noxtero is like Sol ascended the skin from Smite, supernova skin. Eluna too, because it was like Eluna in all, but it ascended. And also Skyla. Skyla image there is just for more reference of what it would be because they are all like silly and funny, but they ascended, so it's like more serious now. So yeah, something like that. And the lore. Let's talk about the lore. Track speed. Once a protector of the stars, now part of the cosmos itself, Noxtera was just one among the Unliners with a friend Luna. They were part of a great team of protectors from the stars. You could even say they were star guardians, with the power of the moon, both protected and guided by way from chaos and evil. With Luna supporting the Noxtera going head with attack, he was always curious about the origin of this chaos, the truth behind the moon, to what happened to his missing father. But it was like everything was hiding truth from him until one fated day that falling a shooting star brought him flying too close to the sun. Careful, Icarus, making him vulnerable and losing control of his wings, falling to what seemed his demise, with his eye closed, thinking he was already about to fall to the cold hands of death. He was actually alive. Then he opened his eyes to find himself in a temple across the stars. That was the place that changed them forever. And that's pretty much it for now, because you know, time. There's you know the passage of time is irreversible. So I put it on this here, but not in my mind because in my mind I also have everything. You know, it's kind of a mentality thing, the DreamWorks thing. I could read it, I could write it all, but I totally. It's just not because I don't have it all, you know. But I could. It's you know the source is in my dreams. But anyway, moving on. The abilities is gameplay wise like a fighter or controller character. I haven't decided about this yet because the class in the game are also, you know, uh, you know, all over the place. But the passive is like in between. So the whole play of Nextera is like changing from the time of the day, cycling between sun powered and moonborn. That's like I put in the example here hell ability well passive from Smite because like she has a life form at the beginning and then she can turn to dark form as she pleases. So it's more or less like that, you know. But with Noxtero is like time of the day, So when the game reaches end game, they can choose which form to stay for the rest of the game. Because like I realized that a bit maybe too late that the game have like day and night, right? But then there is end game. And end game kind of messes me up, but I made a little stretch for that. So in the end game, they can choose which form to stay for the whole game. And if Eluna is on team, they both receive a permanent buff called the Power of Friendship, and this gun we found. The LMB is a Sun Missile and Moon Fragments. All abilities have like two parts of them, so Sun Powered and Moonborn. The Sun Missile shoots three missiles made of sunlight that deals damage of, and each inflicts the target with one stack of Kindle. When the target have 9 stacks, I am not good with numbers. Stack of Kindle, they all are consumed and afflicted with burning, taking damage over time. So the sun powered mechanic will be like mostly on dot damage. So the sun missile is like the arcane missiles, this image from Hearthstone, arcane missiles, but imagine this like sun powered and all. So yeah, and the moon fragments is more like a debuff kind of target. So it will be more around that. Inflicting Moonburn, which I really wish that the name could change. I put some ideas here to change to Moon Wane or Moon Ruin because Moonburn seems kind of weird for me. Only I don't know. It's just because Moonburn, you're burning from the moon. Yeah, I don't know. Moonburn could be different because it does not even does dot damage. They are not burning. They're not burning. But anyway, and that makes the same effect as Moonburn from Elune. So it is a really matchable character with Elune. And the moon fragments are like this. There's a image from Terraria, Calamity mod. The R&B, Flare, and Descent. Flare erupts in sun power to damage targets around and inflicts one stack of Kindle. And Descent draws power from the dark side of the moon to fire a beam that deals damage and slows the target. Consumes Moonburn stacks on them to deal more damage. So, the Flare would be more of a around the character ability, which, for example, I took this the scene from Fire Force. So you see, the character here steps on the ground and emits a freaking owl of fire all around. It's somewhere like that, but not with all those giant effects, because it's not OP, of course, right? Of course. 300 years character. But it erupts of the sun of power, the sun power around the character and inflicts kindle. There's not those knockback like in the video also, but it could be. We could doubt. I don't know. But yeah. Descent draws power of the moon, emitting a beam like Lux ult. Um, it's pretty much that, but I also thought about this being like in a way that you can keep the being up, draining your mana and all those kind of abilities. I also thought about that situation, so it is another idea. But the example here is just a beam, just you blast a beam and that's it. But the constant beam is also a great idea. The shift, the dash, is you know the solar dash is kind of like Felix, I have to say. The dash Felix, where he just dashes a mile, and yeah, because it is a short dash that leaves a burning trail on the ground, but it is just one stack. So yeah, and the lunar flight is like Eluna's lunar flight, but it applies moonburn and glare to enemies. Glare grants vision on the targets and for allies, so like they can see them from the map. and all. And Solar Dash applies Kindle. So the examples here are Agni Dash. It is literally this that I imagine. So like Agni goes dashing, leaves the fire trail, you know, and the Luna Dash, which is the one in the air. So yeah. Moving on, we have E, Dawn, and Dusk. Dawn continues fire a cone of fire, sunlight, that damage, and fast applies kindle to targets. Pressing the ability again before the end of it refunds half of the money used. And Dusk creates a zone of twilight that applies debuffs over time. The targets inside the debuffs respective are Moonburn, Anti-Heal, and Blindness. Moonburn, as said before, anti-heal, like anti-heal in general, and blindness will be like loss of much of the sign of the character. It is not a total blindness like Queen E from League of Legends, but just a loss of sign. You know, it will lose the character will lose most of the vision in the map and all. And all. But yeah, it is this zone of twilight. I couldn't find really a example on the internet, but it will be like literally a zone that will have kind of a mist, you know, and staying that mist will give you those debuffs. If you stay longer, you get respectively each one of those. So yeah, the examples I brought here was though this true because it's it is like it is not moving like in the one that I imagine it won't be moving. It will just be a zone, but it will be like this mist that Noah can utilizes. And to represent the darkness that I imagine of the mist, it would be like that, you know. So yeah. And the dawn is just like a constant fire cone that the target will deal. That inflicts Kindle once again because it is the gameplay, the dot damage gameplay. And now the ultimate is Equinox, Ultraviolet, and Night's End. The Equinox Ultraviolet charges the full concentrated power of the sun to create a death ray burst of gamma that explodes and damages the target location, applying full stacks of Kindle to the target in the impact zone. Yeah. A Night's End embodies the moonlight to fire a pulse of lunar power at the target. Location, dealing damage. If any target hit and debuffs inflicted by Noxterror or Eluna, consumes it to deal more damage. So the debuffed gameplay, yeah, you inflict debuffs. The debuffs does not deal damage, but you can use it to consume and deal more damage, just like in the Centaur and now in the ultimate. So the power of the sun is literally the power of the sun. That that was the idea from Mega Minds. It would be insane, guys. It would not be overpowered. It would be just insane. Trust me. I have great ideas. And the Knight's End ability would be like this. Um, the example here is like when Joe went up in the ultimate and all. So it's kind of like that, but you don't can't just keep moving forward and all. You like you ascend. It's a press ability. You press it, you go like up in the air, and you throw this Knight's End ball. And also, if it hits the ground, temporarily erases it. So that I thought that would be really fun mechanic to interact with the map. I really like that to interact with the aspects of the game in general. So like the time of the day, the cycle. So you have to think about that and the map. So you can throw it on the ground to delete an area or just consume all the buffs and all. It's a versatile gameplay. So yeah, and that's quite it about the character. I also made some quotes because I really like voice acting. Also, my dreams to become a aficionado voice actor, so please hire me. But anyway, here are some of them interacting mostly with Eluna and also Void because I thought it would be cool. Interacting with Eluna, with an ally Eluna. Don't worry, Eluna. I'm still Nox. I just have some extra light now. Oh, Eluna, you're here. All right, now we just need to find a way out. And my time is up. Eluna, don't go ahead of yourself with those blessings of life. Interact with an enemy Eluna. Eluna, what is going on? I don't want to do this, Eluna, but you are forcing my hand. And interacting with an enemy Void. I know what you are, and I'm not afraid of you, Void. We are fairly matched in power now. It's time to end this. And if an ally Luna dies, you have no idea of what you've done. That was your last mistake! And that's it. I hope y'all liked it. That's a wrap.
Good job. Nice voice
Yeah,
acting, man.
thank
That's huge.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Or is it? That's a lie because my mind, I have chaotic havoc of thoughts, voices, and visions. The imaginary battle in my mind turned into a war in universal scale, which all this means that I have plenty of ideas of characters for another and another and another. And I got one more argument. Right spine that goes through.
Did it break? It broke.
Nice.
Now he's looking for vengeance. Have nature powers can even manipulate trees. Forsaken, a woman for a doomed world, cursed with the one powers. She's looking for the one who made her life.
It's your internet, you know, but your internet is actually dying. Like, it's
She'll make
actually
them like
dying.
phone and some screams super hard flame. Ah! And now this is it. This is the end. You're finally free from me. Thanks for listening. Remember, that's usually invisible. Goodbye.
Nice.
I love it. The budget switch real.
I got baited. We've talked a lot about day-night cycle stuff mattering more. I like the idea of like this sort of core pattern shifting up a bit. You know, in the day pattern, you're building up kindling and trying to like do the dot burns, and then the nighttime, more of like a build and burst pattern, which is really cool. All right, thanks so much. Thanks for the voice acting. That was fun.
Thanks. Anyway, good luck for the next one.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, welcome.
Wow.
Built.
Can you see that? It should just.
I can.
It should just be an
You
A.
can. This is the start of the presentation. Cause yeah,
Yes.
it's just I want to make sure you could see it before I got spoiled. You know. All right. So my idea was I did not put myself in the game. Was it's Willow the Beast Tamer. So her whole thing is that she uses the little guy and Firefox weapon as her main resource for all of her abilities. I'm not good at art, so don't judge the art. But I like the idea of having a character that uses the little guys. I think it would be funny. The passive is called Sticky Mark. If an enemy has a Sticky Mark applied to an enemy, you or your teammate can knock back the enemy into a wall, and they'll be stunned, stuck as I call it. Towards an enemy takes more damage from Willow if the Sticky Mark is applied. She can LMB a tree to make one of her creatures stick to the top of it and give you vision of the area around the tree. Her LMB throw out her creatures one at a time at a target, and if an enemy gets hit, 3 times in a short amount of time, enemy will get a sticky mark, and if you continuously hit the person with the mark, the time will reset on how long it's there. I didn't make any of the times because I have no clue how strong it would be. R&B, Willow, from Willow's body, you shoot out a wall made out of her beast that can be able to turn and control the movement of it by holding R&B. Letting go of R&B will stop the wall where it is. If anybody who gets knocked back into a wall will get stuck to it, even if they don't have the sticky mark. Willow and her teammates are able to bounce off the wall as if it was bungee gum. This wall blocks vision and attacks, and people are unable to walk through it, so it's a solid piece of environment. E, it's another great visual. Shoots a wave in front of her made out of her beast. Any enemy caught in this wave will get a sticky mark and get damaged. If the wave pushes them into a wall, they will get stuck to it and take damage based on how fast the wave is moving. The wave starts off fast and slows down the further away it gets from Willow. Shift. Willow launches herself forward off of a beast wall that she summons on her feet. On the launch, the wall will get sent in the opposite direction of Willow, and if any enemy is in the path of the wall, they get stuck to it. When Willow lands, a wave of her beast will shoot out around her, applying the sticky mark to enemies caught in it. Ultimate, she summons a beast that is made up of all of the creatures stuck together. If an enemy gets hit by the summoned creature, they get a sticky mark and get knocked back. If they get knocked back into a wall, they get stuck to it. Every hit from the monster does X amount of damage. Enemies are able to kill this monster if they do enough damage to it. And then some synergies that I think the character would work well with would be Rocket Jumper having Kingpin, Void, Oath, Celeste, Myth, Brawl, and Firefox. I think Rocket Jumper, you're able to punch people into a wall that magically appears behind them. Kingpin and Void both you can put up a wall and then Void can swap your team over the wall, and Kingpin can look for hooks through it to stop enemies being able to counter the hook as easily.
Can Void TP the wall?
No, Void can TP over it. I don't think. Yeah, I don't think so. That would be kind of weird. I think Oathbreaker can shield bash people into the wall, making them get stuck. Celeste, ultimate, you can wall exits off so people are stuck in the ultimate and not able to run. Myth can go through the wall, I would like to believe, and can RMB people into it. Brawl and Firefox, kind of like Celeste, just gives people a harder time to run away, so you are able to be able to fight easier. That's my character. That's Willow.
Nice, I love it. I really like the concept of like all the little guys that are being like amorphous blobbed into fucking like the fuzzy swarm or whatever, like Paper Mario stuff. But like, I love that concept. That's incredibly cute. I also love that it's like throwing them at people and like bonking them with people to sticky them up. That's really the theming of it is very, very cool. I love it. I like the R&B, like the curved, like drawable wall terrain thing is really interesting. Has a lot of like potential to be different depending on the terrain and space, which is cool. And then people are calling out like, oh my god, it's like actually the counter to blue already. But like it's good to have characters that are sort of like uniquely strong against other you know what I mean? The foil to a certain element of power. Like a character that's going to be anti-mobility focused to help rein in mobility characters when they're really strong. It helps to have those sort of levers in the meta, because then like we don't have to make sure to like, you know, when the game has more characters, it'll be like, oh, like if Brawl becomes too strong, his mobility is too high, you don't have to wait for us to like nerf him. You can also just like, we'll start picking the character that's better against him. It's cool to have those counters that can exist so that people can like pick the character more or less. It sort of like gives the meta answers to itself, you know what I mean? So it can kind of keep moving and evolving and doesn't get stale. I like that a lot. That's really cool.
I originally decided I wanted to use the little guys, and then everything else came afterwards. I just wanted to use the guys in Firefox Gun because I thought it was cute.
They're so cute. He's so cute. I love the
thought
little
it was
guy.
cute, and I was like, yeah, I want a whole character that uses them. I don't care how. Yeah, thank
Understandable.
you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I really love it. And it's great. Yeah, you don't have to worry. Like the whole point is to express an idea. So people are like, "Oh, the art's not good." It's like, it doesn't have to be good art. Like stick figures are perfect as long you're just expressing the idea, so like people can follow along with like the vision of it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's awesome. I love it because I totally get what you're going for. It doesn't have to be incredible. Like, no, I see it. I get it. You know what I mean? Trust me,
It's
my
something
art
that's
is
all, like,
not
all
any
the-
better. So
Yeah, it's something that's all like all the people that are joining. Like you guys don't have to worry about like the art and stuff. Just like it'll be good anyway. The presentation will be good. You're supposed to present an idea and have fun with it, and that's the whole thing. Like designing the character is really, really fun. And getting to actually show that character off is something that's really important because I feel like if you just made a character and you don't get to show off with anyone, you don't feel like what's it called. I can't remember the word. Like, you don't have the inspiration to actually like meet the character in the end. Then, so this is very nice. Like being able to have a maybe.
Thank you. Alright, let me
Yeah, thank you for joining.
Thanks so
let me
much.
stop sharing first. There we go.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, everyone's been really good about that. Good job. I would have forgotten by now. Hey, welcome.
All right. Hi.
Welcome.
Hello,
Final
hello.
presentation. Are
Guys,
you
we made
excited?
Yes, but I'm also so sad
Yes.
because we're done now.
Understandable. It's a
The
little
beginning
bit.
to the end. All right, let's make this short and sweet, huh?
Yes.
Can we see? Yes?
Yes.
Good.
hell yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So this is Craze, a SUPERVIVE fan concept by me. She is a confectionery chemist. When I come up with character ideas, I like to try to combine words together and just make a concise image in your head. Like when you think confectionery chemist, you're probably thinking candy and chemistry. There she is. Boom. Covered in candy, and she's good at chemistry. Um, the initial design idea for Craze came with the idea of careful and caring craftsman and a scientist. And if you've watched Dr. Stone like me, you know in the first few episodes, food is a science, and that's how he wins over people. Love the anime; it's great. Go watch it. Not much in terms of the lore because we don't really know that much, but I imagine if it's like a neon apocalyptic world, um, candy might be in short supply, and people love candy. It can be a very motivating treat for people, you know what I mean? Anyway, next. I didn't have a lot of time to work on the weapon. But I did really want to sell this idea of like the down the barrel shot. And then of course like the bubble gum dispenser on her back is another one of my favorite features of her. All right, the fun stuff. Left mouse button is gumball. Craze shoots gumballs from her hand cannon, applying a 5% slow per stack up to 5 stacks. After 5 stacks, enemies shed the gum and leave behind an AoE slowing circle. I should probably actually go for her passive first. I apologize. When she is standing in gum, she cannot be displaced. Do not ask me how this interacts with Celeste Wall. I don't know yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet. I don't know. All right, can she stand against the wall? I don't know, maybe. Okay. Left shift, sweet escape. Craze overloads her candy hand cannon and propels backwards, leaving behind an AoE slowing circle of gum. Her right mouse button, she gains move speed. While active, she reduces the cooldown of Gumball to 0.5 seconds. Temporarily allows for Gumball to hit allies, which is where like her more support component comes in, giving them a shield and a 5% speed boost per stack up to 5 stacks. Now, if you're wondering, do the stacks shed off of allies as well? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And then her ultimate, My Greatest Confection. She unleashes her most delicious and unstable gumball yet, slow rolling infinitely until it collides with indestructible terrain or an enemy and exploding, dealing moderate damage and covering the area in gum. An idea that I had for all, but I'm not quite sure, was I wondered like if it could grow in size and speed as it collides with destructible terrain. Kind of an idea, who knows, you know, things figure out later. Enemy callouts, chew on this. Ally callouts, gumball delivery. Playstyle, Craze's kit is meant to utilize what SUPERVIVE is at its core, a team game. With tools meant to put pressure on enemy teams and keep them from pushing into allies, Craze is an ideal controller and support addition to any squad. And just remember, stick together because sweets are better enjoyed with your friends. That's it.
Wow, what a great presentation. That was excellent. I love all the art. That's so gorgeous. You draw this all? This is awesome.
Most of it. Some of these icon ones are just like stock assets, but most of it is drawn by me.
I was wrong. I said in the thing you got real icons before we did, but even for you, you realize that the icons are the least important work.
Placeholders.
Yep. You got it.
Gotcha.
I really love this idea of the like she can run in real fast and save her friends with the move speed boost while like slowing down enemies. She can kind of like peel. I really also like the defensive output of making it so like you could even make this passive happen for her allies too. Like the ability or the I can't be displaced power seems like a really awesome foil to like a lot of displacement that's been added to the game. There's a lot of getting bonked around. So I'm sure people would love
Yes.
having an ally team that's like, no, you can't do that to me, which is really cool. And I really love this. The pattern also like fits really well intuitively with the theming. You know what I mean? It's like you can look at this character and like see them appear on your screen and start shooting at you, and it's gonna make sense what they're gonna do to you. She's gonna slow you down, like she's gonna build up goop on you, and you're gonna get slowed down in the gum.
Not the goop.
But it makes all the sense in the world. You know what I mean? It's really, really intuitive, which is awesome. I really love this. I
Yeah.
love the gumball ult as well. I think that could be really cool. As
There's
like an
something
engage
really
that lets you stick to it. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm so sorry to interrupt.
Yes, exactly. No, I was gonna say there's something really attractive to me about characters that have a relatively simple kit, but depending on whose hands you put it in, the the range of difficulty is very, very vast, very wide. But it's
Yeah,
not
totally.
a hunter that would be hard to get into at all. It's very straightforward. You slow, you shield, you run around, you know.
Yeah,
But
absolutely. Sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry.
no, please go ahead. I'm done talking now.
No. I was just saying, yeah, I totally agree. It's I am the same. I love like very simple kits that like get a lot of their creativity from just all the other ambient stuff that's happening, how you react to all the different things happening in the world, how you react to situations. Like you're simple on your own, but that doesn't mean the things you can do are necessarily limited or too simple. You know what I mean? That's really cool.
Mhm. Maybe it
Awesome.
should
Thank
be
you so
Craze
much.
and her allies. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
excellent. Thank you.
I mean, that would be awesome. I'm sure that your
Right?
team, like I said,
Oh,
with the
they'd love that.
yeah, fucking awesome. It's cool.
Good
All
job.
right, Bitbood, do you have 25 new agents that you can put into Supervive?
35 actually.
It's 35? I thought it was 25.
No, I think it was,
Oh,
but I
it's
think we're gonna. I'm sure we'll. Each one of them had ideas that spawned off each other. You know what I mean? There's so many that were like, oh, this could
That
be
made
two different
sense.
characters, or oh, we could take part of this one and put it with this one. Like totally.
All right. Thank you for coming, Bitbood.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for coming. Thanks for making all these presentations. You clearly all put like a ton of work and time and love and care and passion in them, and that is really exciting to see. We love to see it, and I'm sure I'm here right now, but JMO and everyone will be watching. We got the videos and stuff. People will be looking at it. I'm sure we'll be sharing them around. Thank you all so much. Hopefully, we'll do it again too.
Yeah. It's been really
Any
good.
closing thoughts? Anyone?
Mhm.
No.
No.
Bitbood has asked if you saw his character.
Oh, did you message me on
No, no,
Discord?
we didn't.
No, I can show you who I think it is. Hold on.
I think you sent it to me. We can show it real quick if you stop time. Let me find it.
Did
Venom
Venom
is.
actually send you an actual character?
Yeah, he did. And let me read it aloud. I'll also put it in the chat.
Cause I also got a picture of it.
It's. Oh, you did.
This is the wrong thing. That was sneak peeks. You don't want to see that. This is Venom's character. That doesn't say League of Legends on top.
Oh, right. Yeah, perfect. No, that's
Yo, that. So I think I got like an actual idea, but I'm not sure if this is.
I don't
Is it
think
just
it's from
that?
Venom, but this is Venom as his
It's
character.
from Venom.
Chat.
This is what he gave me. Okay, we'll just read it. If to me, it doesn't matter. Sad emotion, secret weapon, passive, no mana, abilities just health with that. I wonder what this champion reminds you of. It is a stat in slow and a 5-stat. Enemies become severed for a short duration as subject to empowered abilities. Enemy 3-hit melee combo on third hit drained and extended range also that pulls enemies into you and applies a stat that rules build up. Third hit also lowers the CD of E. RB, launch your arm in target direction towards an enemy. Secondary action allows you to net never other arm to slam into the other. You can also to net this terrain to drag them a set distance. Empowered RB allows you to whip the generated enemy over you and toss them in the opposite direction. E will release lines of rules that attach to enemies in range that drain enemy HP and heal you. Applies damage and passive stats every second. Enemies at max stats at the end of the duration cause ooze tappers to explode and deal bonus max HP damage. Shift causes a long-range AoE leap. Upon landing in an impact zone, knock enemies up for a duration based on charge time. Empowered Shift allows you to slam enemies down after knocked up to the ground or abyss for bonus damage and CC. Alex can also hop on the back of you to join the jump. Grow in size and become an uncontrollable ooze ball, bumping into enemies or okay, causes you to bounce around faster and faster. At the end of the duration, implode the concentration, deal AoE damage. Hitting them with an ooze ball and taking damage on each bounce, regardless of hitting walls or with other enemies. Alright, so this is really sad, and yeah, it's cool. And yeah.
I thought this was really important to share. That's why I hijacked the
Yeah.
podcast. I was like, Venom has this character named Zach, and I think you should get him in the game as soon as possible.
Yeah.
yeah, and just pointed out the first character they asked me, we haven't play tested him yet. Actually, it was like a year and a half ago I made him, but yeah, I just put Jinx in in SUPERVIVE because that's all I know. Slam it in there.
God.
Here's my league games this year.
Oh my god.
It's understandable.
I
When you made that a
appreciate the
video
fellow
comment
one-trick.
earlier, I was like, are you sure you're not thinking about chins by any chance, you know?
But yeah, thank you everyone for coming. This was
Thank
very
you all.
fun. It
Yeah.
definitely did not go an hour and a half late.
It's only an hour late. It's not an hour and a half. It was
It
meant
is
to end
definitely
at like
not
1
5
a.m.
a.m. for all the EU folks in chat right now.
It's 2:22. It's not that late. It's
There are people who
fine.
are. Surely there's a zone in Europe where it's 5 a.m. right?
I mean, no, you have to be
Damn it.
quite far. You basically have
Alright.
to be in Asia to
Good
be
night,
5 a.m.
everyone.
Good night, everyone. Thank you all so
Good
much.
night, everyone. Bye bye.
We'll
See
cook
ya.
something up again for the next events.
Hell yeah. See y'all.